officially open the Brattleboro Planning Commission online meeting on April 8th, 2020. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to have to move over to my agenda. Now I can't see it. Okay, meeting called to order. Announcements. Anybody?
I do have a couple of announcements. Well, I have one, and I want Andrew to make one. He might not know I'm giving it to him, but the first thing I wanted to mention is that the U.S. Census is out and active, and we really want to encourage everybody to complete the census. Right now, there's an easy option to go online. If you don't make that, you're probably going to be contacted by a census worker, and failing that, which we're hoping to avoid, is enumerators will come to your house. So we just really want to encourage people to please respond to the census. It's always important, but maybe more so now than ever, because a lot of the federal funding that trickles down through the states are sorry, got distracted. I had to hit record.
This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry. The federal funds flow through the census, so having an accurate count is really important. So please take the census. Please encourage all your friends and family to do so as well. And then Andrew, I'm hoping that you can talk about the NDA.
Quick question.
Yes, Josh.
The census, you said it's easy to find online. Is that like Brattleboro specific or Vermont specific, or is it the same census link or website that everyone has to take?
It's the federal census, so it's census.gov.
Thank you.
Yep.
I've got numerous letters with like a login number. They just come to resident at my address.
Yeah, I've done it. My household, Sarah and I have done it already, but I'm just thinking of like to link to an easy link for people to get to.
Oh, I see.
I can like share on social media so that people can just click it and get there easy.
I will share something on
I can
Facebook.
put something together.
Yeah.
If it's simple, I can find it. No worries.
I can still post something though. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I planned on doing a little, iBrattleboro front porch forum, another push to get that information out there. So we'll put it on the Facebook page and get it out in those places too.
Anyone else have any other questions related to the census before I move to the NDA? Yeah, Jess?
Yeah, I was just wondering how you get that view so you can see everyone.
At the top of your screen, there is like a view everyone. There's two arrows. So you kind of open up the view. If you want to do view everyone. Are you seeing it?
No, I'm doing it on my phone, so
oh, it might look different.
I like to see all of you.
All right, Andrew, why don't you talk about the NDA?
All right, so as most of you know, actually from a few months back, myself and Sue presented that we're seeking to get neighborhood development area designation for a portion of Brattleboro. And 2 weeks ago, or I guess more than 2 weeks ago at this point, we met with the downtown board through the State Department of Commerce and Community Development. It was an online meeting conference call. We were going to go in person, but obviously that didn't happen. So it was a very quick meeting, but we got approval. So we got the NDA designation, which is really exciting. So basically at this point now we're going to developers and people looking to develop the housing that meets the criteria that we presented about, could get potentially waived Act 250 fees or a reduction in fees, cap on water fees, et cetera, the benefits that I mentioned before. And if you want more information, again, we could definitely send you that. But we're really excited. We think this is really going to help further our housing efforts in Brattleboro. Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, great, congratulations. Good.
Thank you.
Any
All the
further?
announcements.
Okay. Anybody else? Any of the other commissioners have an announcement? Okey doke. Kate and Jess, I can't see you, so you'll have to turn yourselves on if you wanna, or start talking.
I'm here. I'm just on the show me if I talk thing.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
So, is there any public? Do we have a public? Is there?
I do not see any public on here. No, there is no public on this.
Okay, so we cannot, or we're recognizing this is the opportunity for public comment, but having no public, we'll move on to item D, approval of the minutes of March 2nd, 2020 that were circulated. Did everybody get a chance to look at them? Or you want to look at them right now? I need a motion to approve them.
I motion to approve the minutes from, what is the date again?
March 2nd, 2020.
March 2nd, 2020.
Is there a second? Yes, Tom is seconding. And Tom, are you making a comment? You're seconding. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Tom, we can't hear you.
Tom, you have to turn your volume up.
This is Kate. I can second if Tom can't.
Okay. All right, good. Second. So is there discussion? Great, no discussion. They look fine to me. All in favor of approving the minutes of March 2nd, 2020? I guess we'll do a hand vote.
Kate, yes.
Okay. Prudence? Oh, you weren't there, so can you not vote? All right, anyway, minutes are approved. Anybody abstaining or voting against? No, the minutes are approved.
Just abstaining.
Okay.
Prudence is abstaining. Okay.
Prudence, minutes still pass. All right, section E, or E, section 248 petitions, A and B. Do you want to take that away?
Sure. So we have two section 248 petitions that have come in. The planning commission gets notification of them, and as well as the select board. There's a lot of static. Are you guys hearing a lot of static? Jess, can you put your mic off? That might help. Better. Thank you. Okay, so this section 248 petitions are to the Public Utilities Commission, and the town has the opportunity to file a notice to intervene in these if we wanted to. The first one that came through is the petition of Green Mountain Power for a certificate of public good pursuant to 30 VSA section 248, authorizing the rebuild of the North Brattleboro substation. You may recall we looked at this in January because part of the process for a major project is they have to give you an advance notice. So that's what you had originally seen. And we brought up a couple of concerns with them regarding lighting and landscaping and stormwater. Andrew and I met them out on site. They kind of explained what was going on there. And we were and what some of their limitations were in meeting what our regulations say. First of all, regarding the lighting, their plan is to install a couple of 18-foot light poles with kind of emergency lighting. So it's not going to be on all the time. It just might be if they have an emergency at night and they need to be working in the little yard. So that would comply with our regulations. In regards to the stormwater, they are not increasing the impervious surface there. And so under the state rules and under our local regulations, they are not required to make any improvements to the stormwater. Looking at the site, there is a lot of overland flow. So we were comfortable that it was not degrading the riverbanks or even the West River. It wouldn't flow towards the Connecticut because the rail line sits up higher. And then regarding landscaping, they have a bunch of mature, I don't remember, do you remember, Andrew, what species it was along the fence line? But a bunch of bushes and shrubs that are pretty mature. I mean, they were leaf off when we viewed it. And so we would have been taking, if we pushed them, putting in some street trees, it would have, first of all, they would have had to go smaller than what we wanted because of the utility lines. And so in the end, we were really kind of feeling like the landscaping that they had provided some buffering. We weren't going to get the street trees because of the utility lines that were already there. They would conflict. So we were satisfied with the landscaping and kind of the limitations that they had there. And part of that site is town owned. So improving landscaping over by the memorial, that's town owned land. So that's not their responsibility. Andrew, does that sound like inaccurate? Do you have anything you want to add?
Sorry, I was eating dinner. That's why I kept turning off my camera. I didn't want you to see me eating. I think that's pretty accurate. Regarding the stormwater, that buffer that goes to the West River, it's at least 100 feet or more. So after seeing it in person, I feel a little bit more comfortable. Like, well, obviously not much is going to really change in terms of the runoff and the potential to hit the river. And hopefully by the time it gets there, it's already been alleviated by the natural vegetation that's in the area. It's not a big site. The railroad in back also acts kind of as a buffer to the Connecticut River, kind of slopes up, and then there's the railroad, and then obviously it slopes down from there. But yeah, the temporary substation is up. You probably noticed it. And then yeah, other than that, that's really it. So
yeah. So I think the question for the commission right now is, are there any concerns that you have that we now want to bring to the select board and make a suggestion that they intervene in this case, or at least be a party to the proceedings? I mean, we'll still get all the filings and that kind of thing, but if we have any concerns that we want them to address in the process, now would be the time to let the select board know.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Were we able to, did we reach back out to the abutting neighbors? They came in, there were some of the public that came in a couple months ago. Curious about where things were. Was anyone, did anyone get in touch with them on the findings, especially with light?
We did not in the office. I'm not sure if Green Mountain Power had some more conversations with them. Do you have something to add, Andrew?
no, they knew about the fence, but I'm not sure if they know about the lighting.
I think that was one of their questions. They were really curious about the lighting. I'm comfortable moving forward knowing that the lighting is only being used for emergencies or for fixing things at night. You know, that the lighting isn't on continually, I feel is a good thing for them.
Hey, you guys, Tom put something in the chat. His connection isn't strong enough to talk. So can we make a provision that Tom can participate via chat? Because I think Except for that means that somebody needs to read it out loud, so it's recorded for BCTV. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be good.
At 6:14 p.m. It's looking like my connection isn't strong enough to handle this. I'm delayed when I speak, maybe video too. And the mouse moves very slowly, but I can hear you all as well. And then at 6:17, he says, has GMP replied to our request for the project? So do you want to respond to that, Sue?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that they have. They met us out. I mean, we had hoped that they would look at some more ways to handle the stormwater, but our regulations don't require it, and neither does the state stormwater regulations. So could they have done more? Maybe. Is there any jurisdiction to require them to do more? No. So, I guess that would be up for you to determine.
Tom says, okay, understood. It is what it is.
Regarding Josh's point, we can definitely reach back out. These abutters, actually, they should also get notification, so we can make sure that they've got notification of this filing and go over the lighting with them, so that they know it's emergency lighting. And GMP had talked.
That's night too.
Are there any other, do you want to take any action? Do you want to make any recommendations to the select board on this? Or we can just let them know that we reviewed it and we had some correspondence with them.
That seems fine.
I agree.
This is Kate. I agree.
Okay.
So we got thumbs up from everybody else.
So just
Okay.
to check in, what we're agreeing to is that we're not gonna like wholeheartedly support and endorse this exciting proposal, but we're gonna acknowledge that we had concerns and they addressed them, or they gave us valid reasons why they couldn't address them. And so
Yeah, I think that what I'll do is I'll prepare a memo that goes to the town manager and the select board that just lets them know that the planning commission reviewed this, that we had seen the early notification, we spoke to Green Mountain Power, we had these concerns, and we talked about it with them. This is what they told us, just kind of walk through that and just say at this time we don't have any further concerns, or if that sounds okay to you.
I have one little question, which is, do we not have any concerns because there's no point in us having a concern, or do we really feel like it's all okay?
I'm satisfied with it right now.
I feel confident in being satisfied with it also. The biggest concerns the abutters had were, is a footprint going to be larger? Are there going to be different fences being put up? And what's the deal with the new lighting? And I think we've had all of those questions answered. So I feel that they're going to be pretty content with what's happening over there. I can definitely not speak for them, but what they were addressing, or what they were concerned about, has definitely been addressed. Unless I'm wrong, which I've.
No, you're correct. I think it's addressed.
Okay, next one.
The next one is a de minimis application, which basically means it wouldn't even have a hearing if there's no notice to intervene or any interveners on it and who ask for a hearing. It would be administratively approved. So this is it's AT&T has a site on 884 South Street. It's a private property. They have some antennas on a telecommunication tower there. There's actually 4 equipment cabinets, 4 different companies that have cabinets at the base of the tower. And AT&T is looking to upgrade their antennas, and then some of the equipment in the pad or in their equipment box there at the bottom. They're looking to go to LTE, which is long-term evolution technology. It's a 4G technology. Let's see. Most of the equipment upgrades are going to be on the inside, but then there's going to be antennas and some equipment on the tower as well. This property is not in the special flood hazard area or in a historic district. There's going to be no increase to the height or the width of the tower. There will be, the surface area is going to increase a little bit because the antennas and then the equipment on the tower are going to be a bit bigger. So but it's not going to increase more than 75 square feet. And there'll be minor impervious surface increases, which will be less than 300 square feet. So again, they wouldn't trigger any of our regulations. This is just equipment upgrades. It's an existing approved tower. This kind of thing happens all the time, and I would recommend no further action on this one either.
Doesn't
Are there any
sound very,
questions?
no, it doesn't sound very impactful.
And this has,
Correct.
just for clarification, this has nothing to do with 5G technology, correct?
That's correct. LTE and 5G are different technologies, the best I can tell. So is it fair to assume, everybody, that this is a pretty straightforward upgrade and we don't see a need to ask for a notice to intervene? I see yeses from Prudence, Josh, Felicity, Jess is shaking her head. Tom is got a thumbs up, I think.
Yep, Tom, thumbs up.
And Kate's thumbs up, so.
What is that?
Great.
All right. So we're good on E. F. Discussion of the role of planning and design in the pandemic. This is really a broad brush. We put it in here because we were assuming that the Planning Commission would want to talk about this since it's what's happening. But there's no agenda in it other than if people want to have, comments, ideas, thoughts. I can put up a copy of our charge, which is mostly, is all about planning, and there's nothing about disaster planning in our charge. So if people want to be reminded of our charge in the context of this discussion, or if people just want to talk, this is the opportunity.
How long is the charge? Is it like a paragraph?
It's a series of bullet points. It's like 10 or 15 bullet points.
I don't think I need a reminder.
Okay.
It pretty much comes out of state statute what planning commissions can do.
So what conversations are happening right now on what the Planning Commission can do?
None. We haven't. The only thing that I was thinking about personally is that in this particular pandemic, public space is really, really important, because it's the only, you need to have enough of it for people to be able to get out of their homes and exercise safely, keeping 6 to 10 feet between themselves and everybody else. And so that strikes me as a planning issue, to be thinking that I certainly haven't thought about that before. One of the features of new city planning is the so-called pocket park. This particular pandemic makes the pocket park totally unsustainable. You can only one person can be in a pocket park. So that's an example of what I'm thinking about.
That's a great point, Felicity. I was listening to a webinar today about when cities will be kind of, I guess, reopened, and how moving forward, this pandemic is going to really change cities and towns, just like every other pandemic has, in history. 19, the Spanish flu, we really got the birth of sanitation systems, and coming out, and that was a big urban planning kind of endeavor.
Andrew,
So I think that the big
Andrew,
ones that they talk, yes.
Can you repeat what you said? You kind of went.
You're really breaking
Am
up.
I,
I
can you
wonder if you're breaking up a lot. I don't know if you are for other people. I wonder if you turn off your camera, if we'll hear you better.
Can you hear me better?
Right now we can.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to say it again. I'll be, make sure I'm slow. I watched a webinar today on the reopening of cities after this pandemic. And one of the big things that really came out of it is that cities and towns are really going to be transformed from this. Just like in 1918 with the Spanish flu, we saw the birth of sanitation systems. This one is really going to be it's going to be the transformation of digital infrastructure. And another big one is public spaces. And how are we going to reimagine public spaces, both big and small? And they didn't really dive too deep into what they would look like. I think that's really up to the locality. But it's something that we're going to consider going forward, because the recovery stage is not going to be quick. It's going to be a long-term effort. So I think that's something that as a town we can really focus on. And I was really even thinking about the downtown plan, if that will need any changes, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah.
I hope you can hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. That was
Okay,
better.
yeah. Good.
I
Go ahead.
had tech issues on this webinar, but I thought it was really interesting, and they have taped it so we can send it out to everybody. But this was Richard Florida. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Richard Florida. He came up with the creative class, which is, yeah.
Sorry.
Which is about the big criticism is about gentrification. But anyway, I went into it pretty skeptical, being Richard Florida, but this was put on by the International Council of Municipal Associations. And what he talked about was kind of how the cities and suburbs and rural areas are going to be reshaped. And he pulled out a couple of factors that I think are relevant to this conversation. Some of the pulls to the suburbs and more rural areas will be the opportunity for remote work. People who are afraid to use mass transit, the desire to have private amenities like backyards and play areas. And so, all this could lead to some gentrification. The push factors, like what, again, my connection to this conference was not very good, but he had push factors for cities and urban cores, where people might still be going into the cities because there's cluster of different industries and high tech, finance, media, entertainment. If we come out of this and there's air travel restrictions, people might want to live near hubs. He pointed out that walkable and bikeable areas will become more desirable, and that they also expect that there's going to be a return to a lot more car commuting and single traffic trips. So anyway, I just thought those were some interesting things to be looking for and to think about when we're planning coming out of or planning into the future.
Wow. So anybody else? Comments, thoughts?
I'd be interested to see that. It sounded like you said you might be able to share the link to it and we could watch it.
I think that I can. I mean, I had to register for it, but ICMA did tape it and they sent out a link, so I will send it along to you all and put it up on the webpage as well, in case the public is interested.
Looks like Tom
Felicity, I
has
just pointed
a
out Tom has a comment.
Yeah, Tom has a comment. Tom's comment. This may be entirely the purview of building/life safety codes. But what about changes that reduce chances of transmission, like all public doors needing to be openable by foot, motion detecting, or at least handles that can be grabbed with arm rather than hand? That's such an interesting question. Anybody want to address
Yeah,
that?
I think I think it's interesting, and kind of as we reopen, what Richard Florida was saying, as we are reopening cities and people being in them, and not just cities, towns, whatever, as we reopen after this pandemic. He talked about a couple of key dimensions that we would need to think about moving forward, which is health screenings and temperature checks, and personal protective equipment. And so that kind of falls under the personalized protection equipment. Like, how do we, sorry. When we're in these public facilities or public spaces, how are we protecting ourselves? Is it gloves in parks? Is it, those neat door foot openers and stuff like that? So it might not be something that we exactly deal with in planning, because I do think it's more of a building code, but I think it's an interesting observation.
So vis-a-vis that, so what's the time frame now for the downtown plan? And is there going to be any kind of opportunity for us to modify it given, or to ask Brandy to modify it given this?
So we need to finish up by the end of May. And so I think budget-wise, we're not really in a position where we can ask her to modify it, just because most of the budget is spent in finalizing the plan. But if we want, I think we can ask for an extension to the grant, but it doesn't change the budget aspects of it. So I guess the first step would be to get it into our hands so we can kind of be evaluating it.
Jess had a comment. Jess, do you want me to read your comment? Okay. Who is it that develops and manages emergency preparedness plans? Is that an internal town staff?
Yeah, that's primarily the fire chief heads that up.
The WRC has a disaster planner, right?
They have an emergency planner who assists towns with that, but it's usually the local, it's the local people that write the plans.
Okay.
And they do a lot of hazard mitigation as well, not necessarily pandemic, but in the past they have done pandemic.
So back, if it's okay, can I go back to the downtown master plan conversation? Given that you're a planner, Sue.
Yeah, Jessica does have a question.
Oh, did you have another question, Jess? Oh, where does the economic development planning sit?
The town does a lot of work with BDCC on the economic development planning at this point.
Is that good, Jess? You want more? Okay. So can we, even if we don't have Brandy writing the plan anymore, is it going to be, can we change it? Or does whatever she gives us, we have to take when she gives us the final thing? Or can we modify it ourselves, given the fact that we have two planners on staff? Like if we wanted to modify it in order to incorporate some thinking about COVID.
Yeah, we could, and if we want to begin thinking of a preface or something, yeah, I mean, I want to be careful about agreeing to modifying it, knowing that she hired a lot of landscape architects and other professionals that have skills that we don't have. But, we can certainly do text edits and that kind of thing. And we could prepare some stuff to give to her to insert it into the presentation.
Sorry, I was muted. I said, okay, that's great. All right, anybody, does anybody else have any comments? All right. What? Thought I heard something.
That was me. I was just saying that makes sense. I was going to ask about, isn't there a public comment for this, that we'll have to think about how to do that?
We did have public comment in the beginning of this, or are you talking about for the downtown plan, Kate?
The downtown plan. Sorry, I'm jumping a little bit.
I'm gonna turn my mic
Yeah.
off. Bernie Sanders is on.
There will be a public presentation. Well, our plan all along has been to have a public presentation of the plan and discussion of it. So yes. What that looks like, because how we're able to meet, I'm not really sure. I mean, you know, this is an interesting experiment, but as everybody can see, there's some limitations to holding meetings like this.
Sue, and a thought, if we were going to do a presentation, and it was during this time where we can't have a physical meeting or place to meet, we could do something maybe similar to like a webinar where we would just present, so it's a little bit more streamlined in terms of the process. So, you know, there isn't all these video screens, but then there's the chat option, and potentially maybe we can send something out beforehand so people can send in comments as well that we can address. That's just a thought.
Because are we talking about like?
And those are good thoughts. We'll
Sorry, don't want to interrupt you, Sue.
no, go ahead.
Because are we talking about like changing the plan now to meet COVID-19? No, Felicity's shaking her
Yeah,
head.
no, I was just thinking about, because of the particular focus of the plan is public space.
Yeah,
And we didn't really think about spatial like criteria.
yeah.
You know, public space was public space, you know, 3 months ago. And now all of a sudden viable public space has to be a certain size in order to be able to have the public in it safely.
Yep. So you're just trying to think of how to utilize something that we have already to be beneficial somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking about the fact that we went into this process of having this downtown master plan, and now we're about to have it, and there may be parts of it that are no longer useful or as useful as they otherwise have been.
Yeah, parts, if not a majority of it.
Well, I mean, at least we had we had the bicycle stuff, but even that I mean, if there are going to be more and more people riding, I mean, who knows? Because there's all that stuff about truck traffic and cars and parking, all those things that are now going to be different. If there are more cars, fewer people. I mean, I don't know how we're going to incorporate more cars here, because I think everybody who can afford a car has a car in Vermont. But anyway, all right, Kate has a big thing. Kate, you want me to read your thing? I guess so. That would limit people. So, Kate, I like Andrew's suggestion on the public webinar with the presenter and people can enter questions. That sounds like a good way to get the public eyes on the presentation without being in person. Jessica says, me too. Maybe a recording could be shared on the town website. Kate responds, that would limit people without computers. So maybe we can find a way to solicit responses ahead from them and read them.
I think we can work out creative ways, even getting it up on BCTV. They're taping this meeting, so that could be a way, and then we can get the comments back. I know Andrew's been sitting in with a couple of planners on these kind of discussions, so we'll definitely be able to do something like that. And to the downtown master plan, I mean, I guess I would say that to think about some of the themes, we do talk about widening the sidewalks. So I think that's a good thing where you need more space. We know our sidewalks are tight. I think, you know, people are still, if you look around, I mean, it may not necessarily be safe because they're crowded, but the public trails are still actively used because people need to get outside. And while, yes, there might be more cars, maybe that's not something we see as much in Brattleboro. I think that, you know, people are still going to want to bike and walk. It's just, we might see people moving to this area because they're tired of the super dense areas and they want to come here and still have kind of this downtown core that we have, but be able to do it by biking or walking. So I don't think that we'd be totally abandoning anything in the plan.
No, but that, I mean,
That's just
it,
my thoughts.
yeah, I mean, it stresses the notion, we want people to move here, but we don't want a whole bunch of people to be building in the rural areas. We want them to be staying in our towns.
Mhm.
In density is another kind of
does
really
stress.
big question to think about. I was reading an article and they talked about the whole idea of what kind of density are we talking about. There's the rich kind of density, as they're calling it, or more affluent people, where maybe some more affluent people live, where they can work remotely, they don't have to leave their apartment, they can get things delivered. But then you think about like the more poor density, like in the global south, where it's a bigger issue. There isn't sanitation like there is in other complexes, and it's like, well, how do we address outbreaks in those settings? I thought that was really interesting.
Especially too, 'cause our poorest communities are the ones getting hit the hardest right now also.
Mhm.
Yeah, I wonder if there's, where in the planning, where does planning for hospital populations sit? I know that some Vermonters have been concerned around the influx of second homers, given that our hospitals are by and large for the local people. And I mean, how does that fit into planning?
That's not anything. I've known local or regional planners. I mean, I think it's pretty much been the hospitals and the Green Mountain Care Board. I know back in the 2008, even a little bit earlier, there was a lot of long-term care planning that came out of the state. But again, not necessarily done at the local level.
And hospitals, you know, got very small grants for emergency preparedness from the health department. I'm sure that will change now with this experience, but.
Call from Bernie Sanders.
Sorry.
That call I got. He's inviting you to a town meeting.
I thought Bernie was going to jump on ours.
I thought Bernie was just calling me, darn it.
No, he called me first. All right, are we good? It's 18:45, it's 6:45. Are we good with this conversation? We want to move on to next item?
Game on your phone? It's a Dr. Seuss game. Have you ever tried that Dr. Seuss game?
I'm good to move on.
Just one quick thing for me, again, regarding housing. There could actually be potentially to be more opportunities in affordable housing in terms of funds, because of where the market is going to be leaning in terms of there's going to be some type of housing and other types of commercial development that aren't going to be ideal anymore. So we could actually see more opportunities in housing, which is a good thing. But also, like, what does that housing look like? Just a thought.
Great. Welcome, Kathy.
I have a thought also. Can we add this same discussion to next month's agenda? Because I'm sure that we'll have more to talk about again in a month from now.
Yeah, absolutely. We should probably have it as a running agenda item.
And I'm really interested in seeing the webinar if that's possible. That will help me think about it.
Yeah. I will send around that link, maybe as we speak.
Tom says agreed. Okay. How are you, Kathy?
I'm okay. I'm late. Sorry.
Yeah, no
It's
worries.
so hard. Like, I had a hard enough time with my own schedule. Now it's like the children on Zoom meetings and, you know,
Yep.
I remembered at 5:30, but by like 5:40, I forgot. So sorry.
I understand. It's all right, Kathy. I'm in the same spot.
So we are now at item G, planning values discussion based on the design for the Just City Lab. So this is going to be kind of unwieldy. So please, I'm asking your indulgence as before we start. You all got I assume you all got the PowerPoint that I sent you with the sort of basic instructions. And so I thought we could do the first two parts, which the first part, this one, the where I'm from piece, I think I said we could do it while we're talking, but I don't know necessarily if it's really going to work if we do it while we're talking. But the idea is that this point, I mean, my understanding of this is to get you to understand the relationship between the values and an actual planning process, the planning decisions that you make, because sometimes the values are sort of abstract. So in thinking about specifically your own place where you're from, where you grew up or where you live currently in Brattleboro, do we want to go through this with the idea that thinking about the relationship between the values that are present and the values that are absent as you see your own neighborhood or look back on your own neighborhood? And that way we'll get, I hope, a better understanding of the actual practical planning aspects of the values. And the values list is seriously unwieldy. And I wrote to the Just City Lab, and they oddly didn't write back to me to see whether or not they could give me a list of the values. But they didn't write back. So it's that great big poster. I can share the screen and then you can see them. Do you want to do that while you're thinking? Or did anybody get an opportunity to do their little sketch before the meeting? No, shaking heads. Okay. So I'm gonna pull this thingy up and show you the list of values, I hope. So the way to so can you make me capable of sharing my screen? Why do I have that? Oh, yes, share. So I divided the poster up into two slides so that I could see it better. So these are the big ones: acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience, rights, wealth, welfare. And then these are the definitions for each one. So acceptance is belonging, empathy, inclusion, reconciliation, respect, tolerance, trust. Aspiration is creative innovation, delight, happiness, hope, inspiration. Democracy, or choice, is diversity and spontaneity. Democracy is conflict, debate, protest, voice. Engagement is community, cooperation, participation, togetherness. Fairness is equality, equity, merit, transparency. Identity is authenticity, beauty, character, pride, spirituality, vitality. Mobility is access and connectivity. Power accountability, agency, empowerment, and representation. Resilience is adaptability, durability, sustainability. Rights is freedom, knowledge, and ownership. And welfare is healthiness, prosperity, protection, safety, security. So as you're thinking about your own spot, I guess the only way we're going to do this is everybody just sort of takes a minute and thinks about their own spot, and I will leave the small slides up there with their definitions. Can everybody now see the whole thing? Great.
Is it possible to expand it a little bit more, Felicity?
Yeah. It'd be great to see the bottom, the main words again. I can only see the last few letters of each word.
Let's see, there it is. I'm gonna put them at the top and see if I can put these at the bottom. So I'm sorry, I don't have a big enough screen.
And are we doing this from the perspective of Brattleboro, or?
I don't think it actually matters, because I think in step 2, we're going to do it from the perspective of Brattleboro. But the point here is for you to get a sense of how the values operate in terms of what you know to be the case of aspects of planning. And so that when we move to our discussion about housing and density, we have a sense of what a value like transparency would mean vis-a-vis planning.
So like we're supposed to like choose one word. Is that the situation right now?
Yeah, one word that equals a value that is roughly defined as they've defined it here.
So for instance, like the one that stands out to me is resiliency. Adaptability, durability, and sustainability, especially these days in this COVID-19 world, like especially with adaptability, and then sustainability, that's like what really pops out to me at least.
Yeah, I think at this point Josh, we're looking back as the next step is to look forward. So if you can think of a place, I mean, if in your own accounting of your neighborhood, are those values present?
Not yet.
Yeah, so I think that's the idea, is that when I'm looking at my little neighborhood, I think there were a lot of things there, but I would say none of the sustainability values were there, except for maybe durability.
So we're looking at this retrospectively, like historically.
Yeah, you're looking from your own experience. And again, I think this is really just, I mean, this is why we don't have to take as much time as they sort of suggest, because this is really to get the juices flowing and thinking about the application of the values to a planning effort, a specific planning effort.
Tom had a question. Are we choosing from the bottom big values or the many in the columns?
We're choosing from the ones in the columns that are really they're subsets of the big ones. So I mean, if you choose the big ones, then you basically get all the little ones. And yeah. I have to turn the light on.
This is really tough. It's really hard for me to think about the past right now with the future being so uncertain.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a difficult exercise, but this is exactly the time, because so much is going to change, to be thinking about what is really, really, really important, and something and things that you think are going to endure.
How is my mic doing this time?
Not bad. I can hear you very clearly.
Hey, great. No static?
No static.
Great. I was curious what the green big word in the middle is, because I can't see it.
Identity. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, identity. So I wonder if I can type. No, I can't type on this. Maybe I can. Hold on.
You maybe not. Can I start
Yeah,
talking,
please.
answering the
Yes, go right
um
ahead.
so starting with looking backwards. Oh,
Yep.
look, you can write on it. So cool.
Yep.
I think that for me, the town that I grew up in, the place I grew up in, was very much oriented around that big central green one identity. And I think that it had its own sense of who it was. And I think that there were definitely community members that got left out of the value because they were different. But these were values that were really important in the community that I grew up in. It was a conservative town in southern Maine.
Okay. Anybody else?
I almost agree fully with Jess on that pertaining to Brattleboro, though. You know, like out of all the columns, out of all of our choices that they've given us, I feel like those are probably, you know, the most closely related, I would say.
I can't see what I'm typing. What have I typed so far?
Identity,
Mommy,
mobility, power.
I'm gonna go like that. Ah, resilience. So basically these are, so from left to right, this is acceptance, oh, sorry. Acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience. Okay, so there they are.
I can throw in a couple. I grew up in a suburban town outside of Hartford, Connecticut. Maybe around 60,000. Maybe a bit smaller than that. I'm not actually sure of the population. I think in my little world there was some of the values that I saw reflected were knowledge, access, and then I think about voice because I had a very big high school and there were lots of different people in the high school and a lot of different opportunities. So it just seemed like students had a lot of voice. But I think some of the missing, you guys had both pointed out identity. I felt like there was no authentic place in my big suburban town with strip malls and malls and all the other stuff. And there wasn't really respect amongst the various groups of people. And I think representation was missing.
I can't see the chat box, so if Tom types in, will somebody read it?
Yeah, he hasn't entered anything yet. I just checked. This is Kate. I can speak to the town where I grew up in was in southern Connecticut, was extremely wealthy, a suburb of New York City. So for me, the big ones would be identity, mobility, and power were most prevalent where I grew up. But most of the was predominantly. Hang on, hon. It was predominantly populated by single father earning the money on Wall Street and mom home with the kids kind of place with a lot of new McMansions in Rose, where I grew up. So yeah, identity, mobility, and power. And it was, I never felt like I fit in because I was a very odd child. So it was identity, like, along one very narrow track, which is one of the things I embraced about being very different about Brattleboro is there's a lot more acceptance of different sorts of identities here.
Yeah, Kate, I agree. I also grew up in a town outside the little suburb of New York. Well, actually, more New Haven, Connecticut, but same thing. Identity, safety, and power and mobility were present. But it was a very white community, so diversity was missing, and I would also say equity. Compared to where I lived in Seattle before I moved to Connecticut, where I lived in the neighborhood area that had a little bit more diversity, and 98% of the kids weren't white. It was more, I think, like a 70-30 or something like that. But still, the contrast you could definitely see. And if someone being in that community, it was more that very conservative, we are who we are kind of vibes.
I can talk about the town I grew up in, which was an industrial town, about 18,000 in Western Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh. And like what others have said, I think identity was a big focus, safety, security. It was prosperous. Most people's fathers worked at two, steel mill and Pullman Standard, and so people had stability, and I think my perception of poverty was pretty much when there wasn't a man in the house and it was the mother by herself raising children. Those seemed like the folks that were poorest. But anyway, that's just a kid's perspective. There was no diversity whatsoever. There was really, I think, an active attempt to try to keep African Americans from moving from Pittsburgh into our county. And I think that well, I don't know if there was a real entrenched power structure. There could have been. I was really happy to get out of there when I was 18 and didn't move back, but.
Kathy, have you said yours?
No, I really struggle with this because I think partly I don't know if my brain just doesn't think like this. And I'm also, it was hard to see, so I actually downloaded it from the website. And I feel like if you look at the big word, some of them might apply, but not all the things that are the little words that are with them apply. So slicing and dicing a little bit. I mean, I would say, so I grew up in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, a beach town in New Jersey, and there was definitely an identity aspect. But I honestly feel like, I left when I was 17 and I don't actually have any awareness of what the town was like. I mean, it was white, it was somewhat working class. I think it felt safe. I don't know how I would characterize it. In a lot of these like descriptions, I kind of feel like I really just don't have any idea, little diversity, probably not tolerant. I don't know. I feel like I can parse this out in the smaller words, the smaller things, as opposed to how they've lumped them together. In the big ones, easier.
Yeah, I think the smaller words are actually more helpful. Plus, they have the definitions, although the definitions also, like I would describe my neighborhood as under togetherness. but then when I look at the small print, it says a sense of solidarity within and across populations. And I think, I mean, my small town of Amherst, Massachusetts, was not diverse at all. So there was not, it's a sense of solidarity and then period, no within and across populations. So do we want to, I mean, we've got a good sense of these things now. Do we want to move to the, oh wait, Tom, yes, Tom. I can't see the chat, so.
Tom,
Andrew,
why are
can
you upside down?
This is Kate. I can read it.
okay, great.
So from Tom, for the suburban middle class town where I grew up, it seems that there was a valuing of aspiration, mobility, and identity. But like Prudence said, that's my kid's perspective. My memory is of strong valuing of career and conformity and materialism. Sounds similar to what Prudence and Andrew and myself said, interestingly.
Very, very interesting. I'm sorry that we're not, that we can't, I mean, I'm writing some of them down, but I guess we're going to record this. So, what about the ones that we're missing, Tom? Did you say?
Tom said to give him some time to write it, please.
I find it so interesting that so many of us are reflecting that we came from a community that was very, what was the word that he used? Conforming or white or suburban or middle, like feeling middle class, feeling like, and that we all ended up in Brattleboro. And I wonder if there is a difference that we saw in Brattleboro that drew us here, or if there is some sort of aspiration that we all sort of may have around what we think Brattleboro is and means.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, I think we'll get to that next.
Tom said what was lacking was acceptance, democracy, and engagement.
Wow. Okay, so turning to the next one. Now this is going to get really hard because, oh no, it's not going to get really hard. It'll be fine. So the next one is you all take, there's the charge of the Planning Commission. For your enjoyment, that's a view of the city of Florence taken from Giotto's Campanile. Oh, it's down there, sorry. Okay, so the next step is to figure out what we as the Planning Commission think are the key, and we're supposed to come down, we're supposed to get 10 values that we want to use as we address the zoning changes in the denser neighborhoods, as we talked about 2 meetings ago, I believe, when we were talking about zoning. So here they all are. And you guys will just call out and I can type in just like I did with the other one, or I can circle the ones and then we'll see, then we'll have a conversation to see if we can get it down to 10.
And this is what we're aspiring to have.
Yeah, these are the values that we think we want to be utilizing as we do our work on zoning.
And this is current. This isn't where we grew up.
No, this is current. This is Brattleboro. This is our work in Brattleboro.
I apologize for my confusion. I'm not really understanding this exercise, but I think I'm following along a little bit better now.
Okay, good.
I'll vote for belonging.
All right, you're gonna have to tell me where it is. So
Oh,
I
it's
can,
up here. Oh, it's above acceptance. First one above acceptance. I love that little pen.
yeah, isn't that cool? You guys
I'd
can
like to
just,
put out ownership.
Tom said he likes vitality.
I
somebody
like
tell
ins-
oh, there's vitality.
I like inspiration. Yeah, top right.
Yeah, got it.
So this is for the densely developed neighborhoods that will be possible with our new designation. Is that true?
Yep,
I would say connectivity then,
connectivity.
under mobility.
Whoops.
Can I change mine?
No, you can
Does that
do
penny,
more.
Add one.
does that
You can do-
penny race?
You can add one.
Yeah, you can add one.
Because diversity on the right-ish.
On the right. There it is. Yeah, under
Yeah.
choice. Okay. So we got one.
Kate also said,
Oh,
Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, Kate said also diversity and equality.
So we're gonna put 2 marks around diversity. And can somebody point out where equality is?
Yeah, right, man. Where is equality?
It says
I'd vote for equity
Equity.
right above equality.
I want to include something under resilience, but I'm not sure which one is the right one.
Does anybody want to help out with that? I'm gonna turn off my mic because the phone is ringing.
I would say sustainability or adaptability.
Yeah. Of the ones under resilience, I vote for sustainability. We've talked about that a lot in planning. I think that's a pretty important value to folks in Brattleboro.
Do we have to choose one of those, or could we just choose resilience?
I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Well, for my vote, I think sustainability is what I would want to go with. Both for the sustainability coordinator and the fact that the word can mean lots of different things.
Yeah, I think the next step of this is gonna have to be that we're gonna actually have to define, once we've narrowed down our list, we then have to define what we mean by it. Because
Tom also said happiness.
I think it's fascinating that we have not chosen anything under democracy or engagement. And they seem to be really important in our process with the downtown plan.
Oh, I need to find
I agree. I was struggling with which one under engagement to pick.
How about cooperation?
How about togetherness? I mean, I feel like cooperation is like there's more love in togetherness. Like togetherness implies cooperation. Maybe.
Okay, erase cooperation. I go with togetherness. I like that.
Yeah, I agree with what Kathy said. I think you can be together, but you don't have to agree on things. Like part of togetherness is accepting disagreement. So I like that.
Okay, that gives us 11. I mean, if we, the question is, how many of these do we actually think we can get? Or do we want them all? Can the person who picked ownership explain?
That was just.
Well, why did you pick ownership? What were you thinking?
I think not only literal ownership, creating opportunities to have homes that are owned by people, but also owning the process, owning the changes. And I guess that is sort of part of the engagement piece as well. To me, if people can say, I agree to that, or I put my name on that, or I voted for that, or they will own the change.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that it's important to allow for owners' self-direction in this new zoning and owner's choice. I think that was a big part of what we were talking about, opening up the change in restrictions.
Right. Yeah. So maybe it's helpful for people to actually explain what they meant, and then we'll have it recorded so that because ideally what we'll do is we'll type these up, and so when we sit down, we'll have these in front of us when we sit down to look at the zoning changes. But it will be helpful to have the descriptors next to them, so that we don't have to remind ourselves what we meant when we put it down. Is that okay, Sue, if we do it that way? And then this is all being recorded, so we can type it up. So does somebody want to define belonging?
Wow. I suggested that one. I think it's like sense of place and feeling comfortable and safe and included.
Okay, cool. Inspiration?
Just one more thought on belonging. I wonder if there's something in there about allowing for people to make it, I guess that's ownership as well, but make it their own, or make it designed or shaped or laid out so that they feel like they are allowed to express themselves and be themselves and are accepted for that within this, whatever structure it is. Belonging.
Huh. Okay.
I chose inspiration, and I sort of really want to erase that one now. Because I also I went ahead and chose diversity too. I'm not sure if I'm the first person to choose diversity or not. But for me, what that means is a healthy community is a diverse community, and not just, race. That it's also class. It's also like a diverse business community. Diversity for me is like such a big, all-encompassing word, and it's really, really important for a really healthy community, for a healthy town. So that's why I'm way more excited about the word diversity than inspiration. So I don't know if we're trying to dwindle the list down, but if we are, inspiration can definitely go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I mean, the Just City, they suggest 10, because I guess 10 is sort of workable in planning purposes, but I mean, if you want to jettison it, it was your choice, we can get rid of it. Who chose Tom chose happiness. It's on the chat. Somebody want to read it?
I can. I chose
So Tom
vitality.
wrote,
Oh, okay. Tom wrote, I chose vitality because it brings to my mind an image of the neighborhood development promoting community vitality, vibrancy, liveliness. For happiness, simply that the built environment should aim to promote, nurture people's enjoyment of life.
Great. Connectivity.
I was thinking kind of literally just that, you know, we want to make sure that that new development is has good connection, you know, sidewalks, streets, whatever, good sidewalks for sure. But anyway, good connection to the rest of the town. I took it really literally.
Yeah, I mean, can I add to your definition, Prudence, and just say that it might also be that we want people to be connected virtually as well. I mean, like we want all of the future planning to include all sorts of electronic capacity for every community. I mean, that would certainly benefit us a great deal if everybody had high-speed internet right now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder if I could just add that we know in Brattleboro that there's a lot of single households, and so connectivity can be more than just the physical or infrastructure, but it can also be the human connection. Do you need to put an accessory dwelling unit or another unit on? Are you going to have this little co-created community because you're looking for those connections as you age? Or you're at different life cycles? Maybe that's going too far, but just throw that out there for your consideration.
Yeah, that's good. Equity and equality.
Equality was me. This is Kate. I picked equality because if you know, if any of my fellow citizens of Brattleboro aren't free or being treated equally, then I'm not really either. You know, I think that everybody has to be for everyone to really be free and really be a full citizen of the town and be able to have all, you know, the advantages they deserve.
And similarly, equity, I think, is the conditions, the existence of conditions that permit, you know, full participation and opportunity for everyone.
And we got a definition of togetherness, right? Because Kathy defined that. I haven't added one. Can I add one? I mean, I feel like I have to do something under something having to do with aesthetics. So I would put creative innovation. Just because it seems to me that we have to be thinking about the built environment, at least, as contributing to our aesthetic pleasure. And for me, at least, that can be construed under the notion of creative innovation. So I guess I would say that in the design of built space. So it's not just buildings, but also space. So I'm going to circle that. Oops, made myself a paw. So I'm cognizant of the time, Kate, because I know you need to go, and it's we got 4 minutes before it's 7:30. Are we feeling pretty good about this? We do want to keep going, or are we ready to call it a night?
I'm interested in what the next steps would be after this.
Mommy, this is about learning.
Well, the next steps after this is that we actually approach, we look at the zoning and we actually try to do some work and see whether or not in the decisions that we make and the regulations that we write, if we can have these, all of these exist within it so that we actually plan for diversity, creative innovation, happiness, belonging, ownership, sustainability, connectivity, vitality, equity, equality, and togetherness.
Is there either some sort of rubric that we can then apply to the work that we're doing, or are there recommendations to specifically in zoning work to apply certain values to the work of zoning or rezoning?
I'm sure there are. I mean, this exercise, there's a next step of this exercise, but I didn't think we were going to have time to do it. So I didn't read up on it, and there seems to be a fault in the PDF that they have, because one of them is the exact same as the other, is the one we've just done, but the worksheet is different, so it's confusing as to how you're actually supposed to do it. But the three-step processes reflect, align, and then actually generate. So actually start to do the planning where you figure out how to make planning decisions that would bring about these values. And I believe that's what you're supposed to do in step 3. But again, I haven't heard back from the Just City Lab. I can email them again, or I can call them and say, we would like some assistance in moving to step 3. But we wouldn't be able to do that tonight. You're all quiet.
It's the silence of consent, I think.
Was there?
So does that mean we're the next step? I mean, I think we could probably do step 3 in advance. I mean, right before we get into the zoning discussion. It may be, I mean, it's going to be hard. I would imagine it's going to be hard because we applying values to actual zoning decisions should be challenging, I would imagine. But it seems like we got to do it within the context of having the zoning material in front of us, as opposed to speculating on how we might do it. Okay. People can see your screen. I want to unscreen. How do I unshare my screen?
I think that sounds, I think it's fine. I guess one of the things I'm thinking is that there's all these things that we didn't circle, and it makes me feel a little nervous to actually try to have the conversation. Like, to a certain extent, this is an experiment. And, I would want to, I don't want to apply the experiment to one small piece of the overall zoning work, right? So I think if you're comprehensively going over our zoning and then we chose to actually work through this fully, that would be one thing. It seems almost unfair to me to take this as kind of an experiment and then apply it to this one aspect of our zoning conversation when it hasn't been applied to anything else. and it's also like there's other words in here that, you know, I'm sort of thinking, well, are we leaving that out, or are we, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, access or, so I'm just voicing my slight bit of maybe confusion and or discomfort with like putting the lens over this one piece of our work without it having been applied all along, or understanding how we might apply it in the future, you know?
I agree with that too. Go ahead, Sue.
Well, what I wanted to say is, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think zoning is kind of this weird beast to begin with. But what I think that this provides Andrew and I guidance in, okay, you've picked out these words, and when we're doing our work and we're making choices, we're going to be able to defend it, the work that we present to you, and that ultimately you might end up suggesting onto the select board in these terms that these are the values that we were looking at when we were looking at these denser housing districts. I mean, if we were doing this out in a rural part of town, there might be some different words. I don't know. I mean, I feel comfortable with it enough, you know, moving forward, and kind of the things that you would be looking for us to come up with in the zoning, if that makes sense to you. But
when we first talked about this, it was because I went to this show in New York City that had all of these different, or not, there were 4 different projects, planning projects, intercity planning projects that had been done by 4 different design labs using this system. And I think I mentioned that on the Just City Lab site, there are videos that show they show the whole process. So they show the values that they chose, that the planning group chose to apply to that particular situation. And then they go through and show how each decision underpins the value. And I think if you watch those videos, you'll understand how I think when we originally started talking about this, we were talking about sort of large scale values that we would always apply. But I think as I read more about it, I thought, well, it's true that different situation requires different values. And it's not to say that the things that are not circled are jettisoned. So obviously access is, I mean, we're legally bound to have accessibility. So there are some things that are always going to be there. But we might, in a particular neighborhood, we might choose one thing to stress over another. And then presumably there are going to be some of these that we are always going to circle. And I also think this is, if we have to start somewhere, so we're starting with this. And we can change it or undo it as we go along.
Just to add to that, Felicity, I agree. Like as a planner, like when I'm problem solving or coming up with something that involves something that's affecting people, I'm always going to have like a social justice lens, just because those are my personal values as a planner, and I want to make sure they're applied. So when you're talking about things that may be missing, like access or whatever else, I'm just looking at these values and saying, well, how can that be also included in something like diversity or belonging? Because I'm already going to be thinking about that, especially when we're talking about certain areas like the more dense areas near downtown.
So does that make you feel better, Kathy, and Josh, or no?
Yes, what the 3 of you have just said definitely makes me feel a lot better. When you first approached us with this, you know, it was like it's still a really good idea, but last month or a couple months ago when you first brought it to us, I was way more excited about it. I'm less excited about it because it'd be awesome to be able to participate with you guys doing this all in the same room, you know, instead of like awkward social distancing, you know, from our personal houses, you know, over our computers. Like I think I would understand it a little bit more. I would understand what's going on a little bit more if we could do this normally, like as a group in a room together. So I'm wondering if we want to hold off on this until things normalize. I don't want to crush or squash, the work that you've done already at all, though. And what Andrew and Sue are saying about using this as a tool to help them navigate, to help them with their jobs, I think that's fantastic. If that's what we're doing here, then we should just keep pressing forward and keep doing it. So I feel good about it.
I agree with you on the notion that it's obviously designed as a physical exercise where you get up, you walk around, you have small conversations as you're putting your Post-it notes on each thing. And without that, it's clearly it's not as much fun, and it also doesn't generate the ideas that it clearly would spontaneously when we would all be in the same room together.
Exactly. I also saw this as a tool to get to know each one of you better too. So that's part of my excitement for it back then. Right now though, like my mind is just so focused on the future and COVID-19 and protecting this community and helping businesses, that this sort of practice right now, to me, like, I don't want to sound offensive or mean, but I feel like this isn't like the best use of our time right now. 6 months from now, this could be fantastic. But again, I don't want to crush the work that we've done so far, especially what you've done, to get us this far into this.
Okay, so what should we do now? Call it a day?
Keep moving forward.
Okay, I mean, this is we've sort of wrapped up what it is that we wanted to do today. And I don't know if Kate is still here or if Kate has left.
I'm still here. Kate's here.
Okay. So we'll meet next month, same deal. And we'll have these typed up and we can either continue to move forward with them or we can postpone depending upon the situation that we find ourselves in a month from now.
Will we go back to the first Monday of the month timing?
Yes, now that we've got the open meeting law set up and we've got BCTV set up, yes, we'll go back to our regular meeting time. Is that okay for you, Prudence? No answer.
Prudence, you're on mute.
Yes, that works.
Okay, great. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Kate. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
There a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor, raise your hands. Is everybody's hand raised? I only see 3 people. I'm going to assume when the motion passes, we are
It was
adjourned.
unanimous.
Yep.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
how are we determining non-emergency? Because what we might not think is an emergency might very well financially or safety. I mean, there are lots of things that could fall into that gray area. And so I'm wondering how it is determined and if people have any recourse if they're put in the non-emergency category and feel differently.
Yeah, we have spelled out a number of different matters in which the courts should schedule and hear the parties' concerns, including, and I've got the list, and I could send you electronically the administrative order, but there are probably a dozen and a half of these specific matters, including juvenile temporary care hearings, criminal competency when the initial evaluation supports a finding of incompetence and related hospitalization hearings, requests for search warrants when electronic means are not available. These are the kinds of things, and again, there are about a dozen and a half of them that we've specifically identified, but we've also said in this administrative order 49, and I'm going to read the language to you so you understand. It says, notwithstanding the above, courts may in their discretion, et cetera, et cetera. So we've recognized the importance of the discretion of the trial judges in individual matters to exercise that discretion based upon beyond what it is that we've specified. And some of these specifications, by the way, expressly referred to the judge exercising their discretion. But this is allowing the courts, the individual judges, to exercise discretion in matters that they see and that they perceive require court intervention or to be addressed through judicial proceedings is something that we've recognized in the order.
Thank you. So my other question is this. We've been, as you know, entertaining having people be witnesses on Skype or other mechanisms. Does it make any sense to look at doing virtual court hearings more in this time period, or even as you're going to have that huge backlog? Like, are there?
Yeah, right. This is exactly the kind of direction that we're going in. As a matter of fact, on the conference call we had with the judges at noon, Jeff Lower, who's the head of IT for us, was talking about the effort that's being made to ramp up the ability of individual courts to hold video hearings so that their virtual contact can be made. And I think this is the direction that we need to be going. And we all recognize that Jeff talked about it, that we need to be going as fast as we possibly can. And that is what is happening. I can't give you a timetable. Like I say, we are having hearings telephonically right now. And some of the courts will even, and Judge Grierson, who's going to testify next, I'm sure will be able to give you more specifics, but there are some courts that are having hearings of sorts in courthouses in one way or another.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you for the question.
Appreciate it, Your Honor. Thank you. Judge Grierson. Welcome.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge, and it's good to see everyone. I think the Chief probably said it as simply as any of us could, and that is, since I last saw all of you, we are operating in a completely different world. And I guess I would start by telling you that the AO 49 that he talked about does list a number of proceedings that the Supreme Court has identified as emergency proceedings. And to respond to Representative Rachelson's question, what do we do about the gray area where there might be a question of something is an emergency? I think you're probably looking at the gray area. The order, after it lists all of the emergency proceedings the court has allowed, there's a catch-all that says any other matter where the chief superior judge concludes that the interest of justice require that the matter be heard during the course of the suspension, I can order those. So I don't determine the merits of a particular proceeding, but if it's something that doesn't fall within the provisions of AO 49, the judges can forward the request to me, and I will make a determination of whether or not it's something that should go forward if it's not specifically listed. The reality is we are working with a substantially reduced staff because there are a limited number of proceedings that are authorized under the administrative order. We are operating with many fewer judges. There just aren't the hearings that require a judge to be in a court every day. We've set up a schedule depending on the different courts. For instance, where there are 3 judges in a particular county, you would not find a judge in every one of those courts every day, all day. So they're rotating their schedules, and I've left it to the individual courts to work out a schedule that works best for them. Literally, the landscape changes every day, and that's particularly true with staff. We have set up also a reduced staff schedule, but even beyond that planned reduction to try to accommodate the stay-at-home order, individuals are impacted by this differently, and so the staffs have been reduced even beyond what we had planned. And just by way of example, in one court, they were left with 1 staff member, and it didn't make sense to keep the court open with that 1 staff member. So they've suspended operations with that court, moved that staff member over to another courthouse in the county that's still operating. So we're trying to take advantage of not only in judges assisting in other courts where they can, but also staff perhaps going to a different courthouse to keep operations running. But clearly it is a reduced workload for everyone. And we're doing things differently. To the great extent, everything is being done remotely in one fashion or another. There still are some in-court proceedings when it can't be avoided. Obviously, we're addressing arraignment proceedings, juvenile emergency hearings, RFA requests, mental health requests. So a lot of those are still coming in, and where we can, we try to do it remotely, but they don't all lend themselves to that. And by remotely, I can tell the committee that we are now connected by video with all of the separate DOC facilities throughout the state. And that means they are connected to the courts of Wyndham, Windsor, Caledonia, Orleans, Washington, Franklin, Chittenden, Bennington, and Rutland. And in all of those courts, my understanding is that they have now gone to video Rule 5 proceedings. And understandably, many of those courts had not used video before. So for the attorneys, whether state or defense, or even some of the judges, it's a new process, new procedure. And I'm sure there have been some hiccups, but we are putting all of those video capabilities into operation. We have tried, and I think my sense is that the state's attorneys and the public defenders, defense attorneys, have been working, understanding this is a new world, and I'm not going to use the term embracing video, but they understand that that is a way that that we have to proceed for the time being. To the extent that we've expanded it into other areas where we can, with, for instance, changes of plea or sentencings. If there is agreement of the parties, in other words, they're still not used for contested proceedings, but where parties have a plea agreement and we can get consent of the defense attorney and the defendant, we will go ahead with these proceedings. And sometimes they are certainly to the benefit of the defense, where an individual might be detained in a facility, and because he's on he or she is on a pre-plea status, they cannot get into programming. So in some situations, we're going ahead with sentencings via video that allow the person then to begin programming. So I think collectively, we're trying to find as many ways as we can to expand the use of video within the rules and certainly due process in mind. Where we're not using video, there is certainly much more phone participation. And we're attempting to use that essentially when someone requests a phone contact, the courts are allowing that. Again, these are, with the exception perhaps of temporary care hearings and or relief from abuse, those are the contested hearings that we still, the courts are open if that's the only way someone can access those courts. But it certainly is a different landscape, and it sometimes changes every day, and we obviously issues arise that we hadn't anticipated, and we try to make accommodations for that. I can stop now and take questions, or I can, whatever way the chair wants to proceed.
We have about 2.5 minutes left.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Again, I'm looking for hands. Okay, I see Will.
Thank you. My question is about the drug courts. So, is there anything in place? Is there any substitute, even if it wouldn't be as helpful for folks who are, trying to improve themselves through drug court? I mean, I know the structure and whatnot is very beneficial for them. Is there anything that is currently being done to sort of make up for the courts being closed and the drug courts not being available?
The short answer is yes. The longer answer is that, again, through remote means, all of the drug courts are continuing. The treatment teams are meeting remotely. That never required a court record being made. So that's in some respects is the easy part. The difficult part is maintaining contact with the participants. And so what each of the courts have done is to establish an ability to talk with these folks remotely. And it's usually by telephone because they don't have access to video. But in my view, if we don't find a way to do this remotely, then these courts will end. We have to maintain that contact with the participants. So all of the treatment courts and the teams have been working hard to come up with a process to maintain that. And it's in play now and it's working. Obviously, this is a difficult time for those participants. So we're trying to maintain that contact. In other words, they do end up talking one-on-one with the judge in those sessions because that's what we think is necessary to keep it going. So it's like everything else, it's difficult, it's new, but we are trying to maintain that contact with the participants via telephone.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we are going to move on for now, but certainly, Judge Grierson, I'm hoping that we can visit with you next week.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, Chair, I'm going to sign off if that's all right.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Great.
Bye-bye.
Take good care. Okay.
Thank you. You too.
Great. Thank you. James Pepper.
Hey, great to see all you. James Pepper, Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs. I know that our time is very limited, so I'd like to just talk quickly about how our offices are maintaining our continuity of operations internally, the kind of policies and guidelines that we are giving to law enforcement about how to proceed with prosecutions, and just some of the concerns that state's attorneys have identified for us, and then I'd be happy to take any questions. With respect to continuity of operations, all 14 of our offices have created a staff plan that allows for remote work, and there's limited essential personnel going to the office in person every day. It's typically state's attorney, deputy state, maybe one deputy, an admin, victims advocate. That being said, all offices are available around the clock. They're still responding after hours to emergency situations. All hearings that can be conducted over the phone or by video are, though there's still a very limited number of hearings that are requiring in-person appearances by attorneys and witnesses, so that's still going on. We at Central Office are having weekly conference calls with all the state's attorneys and then also our executive committee just to discuss any issues that are coming up and trends that they're seeing on the ground. With respect to our policies, we don't generally talk about our internal policies. However, many of you have probably seen, or maybe not, the Attorney General recently released guidance on prosecution. I think he did that yesterday. It's a fairly accurate restatement of what's been going on the ground for about 2 weeks now. Of course, it's a dynamic situation. We're continuously trying to balance the new information we're receiving and keeping our community safe. But in general, for all new nonviolent offenses, those folks are being cited for between 6 and 8 weeks out, and of course that could change. That includes for violations of conditions of release that don't directly impact public safety. We've been reviewing all of the citations that are currently outstanding, and we've been reciting people for that same kind of window, sometime in June, generally speaking. We're continuing to flash cite and lodge individuals as appropriate for listed offenses, violent offenses, violations of conditions that directly impact public safety. We've been reviewing all active warrants to see which ones can be quashed, where the public health concerns outweigh public safety. We've reviewed the entire list of pretrial detainees, excluding the hold without bail and the federal detainees. And we've made recommendations to either strike bail or strike other conditions or impose conditions to make sure that people are getting out of prison to the extent possible. We've been reviewing and resolving pending cases for time served where appropriate. And currently we're reviewing the entire incarcerated population for people who might be able to be released. You may have heard, but there's a number of motions right now for resentencing that are ongoing. They've been consolidated and we're looking into those individually. The outcome of all this work, I think you may have seen from DOC, they gave me data yesterday. The kind of baseline data that they're using is from February 24th of this year. The population on that day was 1,671. The population as of yesterday is 1,463. So that's a decrease of 208 inmates. It's huge accolades to all people in the criminal justice system for getting to that. Just to put these numbers into context briefly, the justice reinvestment package of reforms was designed to reduce the prison population by 135 people over the next 5 years with a $200 million investment. That's been done largely over the past 2 weeks, which is incredible to think about. I only mention that as a way to kind of segue into some of the concerns that we're seeing. One thing that we're closely monitoring is how the pandemic is impacting essential services, community-based services like our community justice centers, our domestic violence shelters, sober housing, juvenile residential programs. We've seen some closures already or programs refusing new intakes as a result of COVID-19. The state's attorneys have reported kind of an increased difficulty in finding alternative housing for victims of domestic violence or responsible adults or at least defendants who. Of course, this is an incredibly stressful time for people who are losing their jobs. Childcare centers are closed, schools are closed. Parents are often being asked to fill these roles. There's limited access to household necessities. So we're closely keeping an eye on domestic violence, child abuse. We saw actually an initial spike in DV cases initially when the school closure order happened, but it's level. It seems to have leveled off in the past 2 weeks. So that's, but we're still, concerned that this might intensify as the pandemic extends. It's something that is really of great concern to the state's attorneys. The state's attorneys are also very concerned about backlog in the courts when the situation stabilizes and kind of normal operations resume. And just a very general concern about the kind of impact on crime rates that this kind of economic downturn generally will have. So, it's something more for more long-term planning, but certainly something that, could have a long-term impact. I think that's about it for my update, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We just have about a minute or so. Any questions? Not think I am seeing hands. Have I missed anybody?
I have a question. I'm wondering, Pepper, if there are any particular initiatives or anything we can do with respect to the domestic violence issue that you raised.
Just making sure that the programs are open, that the shelters are open. I mean, I don't know, I've been hearing talk on the Senate side about potentially hazard pay for essential workers, just to make sure that these places stay open for people. They are essential services. I know that there was a question in the governor's order whether some of these shelters counted as essential services when he ordered the nonprofits to close. And the governor's office did confirm that they are. And so, just we'll keep an eye on it from our end, and we're happy to report back as much as possible about anything that we're seeing, any trends that we're seeing.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I think Deputy Commissioner Herrick, would you like to go now?
Yeah, if that's okay. I apologize to those I bumped in line. I'm actually the EOC manager today and have a bunch of calls coming up. I'll be glad to never talk on the phone again, I'll say that. I think what I can tell you is the governor just announced that the modeling that we've been operating under in terms of expected patients as a result of the COVID-19. The projections we're working off on our worst case scenario. We have no other choice but to plan for the worst and hope for the best. But we are seeing the actual trends are moving in a direction that are, I just want to be careful, but they're better than the worst case scenario. So the people staying home, social distancing, all those things are working. And we're seeing it with the actual number of cases and sadly the number of deaths that we have. However, with that in mind, the modeling still projects a peak or an apex around mid-April. And that surge, if you will, that's what we're most concerned about, is that the number of patients will exceed the number of available beds in the hospital, that the number of ICU units will be exceeded, and the number of ventilators in the state that we have that are going to be needed will be outstripped. Through that effort, we have been buying or trying to acquire ventilators like crazy. We are looking at how can we modify, and I say we, working with UVM Medical Center, the experts there, to have multiple patients utilizing one ventilator, extending what we have in the state. We've also, the governor just announced the surge plan that we've been working on, aside from Patrick Gym, where there will be a site at the Essex Exposition, which could accommodate 400 patients. Rutland down at the Spartan Arena, 150 additional patients. We already have Patrick Gym set up, and the methodology there is UVM would place folks with COVID who aren't in acute, needing high level of treatment. And then there are 2 sites already open in St. Albans and Barry, but they're not open. When I say they're prepared, is what I mean. The next fight for us is finding staffing for these locations. The National Guard will provide medical support. At the Essex site, the Rutland site, we're going to augment Rutland personnel by utilizing volunteers and the Medical Reserve Corps. And so those 2 sites should be coming online over the next few days, so we're prepared ahead of time. My goal is to never have a single person in there. The other thing that we're working with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and we've purchased 4 56-foot trailers. They're refrigerated trailers. And these are temporary mortuary services. One is at the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital. One will be at Rutland Regional. One will be at UVM Medical Center. For the life of me, I can't remember the 4th one. It's a grim planning thing that we're doing, but it's absolutely necessary. And hopefully those will also go unused, but if the mortuary services are exceeded, we have that built-in capacity. The way to look at this from my perspective, and it's not just me, it's people way smarter than me. When you look at the modeling, if the apex is planned mid-April, if you look at it like a bell curve, we started these actions back in early March, apologize. We're going to have to be probably in the same posture on the backside so that we don't have a resurge. But the things we're doing are working, and to the extent possible, we need people to comply in terms of really protecting each other and washing your hands, social distancing. And so I don't want to eat up my whole time. I could go on for probably 3 hours on everything that's going on. It's significant. Every state agency is involved. And in my 35 years in the emergency services, I've never seen anything like this, and I hope never again. With that, I'll answer any questions the committee might have.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Looking for hands. Am I missing anybody?
Somebody's got their hand up.
I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing.
Selena.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, first, thank you for everything that you're doing. And I think not for this time, but in the future, it would be good to understand, like I just went through a very long briefing about all of the scenarios that are planned for law enforcement and what they'll be able to enforce under different scenarios and just how that's anticipated to work. And I think our time is very limited today, but if at a future date, it might be really good to hear.
So I can address that really briefly, and I can be prepared. And that might be the thing to do, Madam Chair. If there are questions people want to give me ahead of time, I can be prepared from law enforcement, we are not looking to enforce any of the stay-at-home or any of those orders. It's education. But let's say we ran into a situation where a bar was ignoring the order. The best way to, we're not going to arrest people, but the best way is educate. And if they continue to be non-compliant, liquor can pull their license. Or there's other administrative ways to ensure that that doesn't continue. Frankly, most people get it, but I understand your question. But law enforcement's not looking to enforce these things at all.
And I think my question too is just not, that was my understanding as well. And I really appreciate that and think that is very much the right approach. So I've been really encouraged to see that. I think I saw it's hard to remember, we get so much information every day, but a briefing maybe from the Capitol Police Chief that was like, even just more generally about what law enforcement will and won't enforce and prioritize under different scenarios. So I don't think we need to hear about that today, but I thought it was interesting and raise some, and then also maybe raise some questions for me.
We still have about a minute and a half in Chris's time.
If there are no questions, I'll sing. You don't want that.
I'm hoping somebody comes up with a question.
All right. Again, I'm looking for.
I will tell you this.
Yeah.
I never thought I would say this, but I miss seeing you all.
Thank you.
I can't wait to the day when the biggest thing I worry about is what might be happening in the State House. It puts everything in perspective.
Right. Right.
We're all in this together. So if there's anything I can do, every one of you can reach out to me. I think you all have my contact information.
Thank you, Chris.
Very much appreciate
right.
it. Yeah. Take good care. Thank you so
All
much.
right. You all be safe.
Yeah. Thanks. You too. Okay. So Marshall. Let's go back to Marshall Falls.
Hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall Paul from the Office of the Defender General. So the impact of COVID-19 on our office has been pretty similar to what everyone else is reporting. You know, it's slowed our caseload to a crawl, which doesn't mean that our caseload has gotten any lower, because we are not only are we not adding cases to the caseload, but we're not resolving cases. So really, it's just sort of ground the normal churn of cases to a halt. But that's really not sort of reflective of a lack of work, because really what's happened is everybody in our system has shifted their focus from the normal churn of oncoming cases to looking back at cases that have already been closed, that have already been, clients who have already been sentenced, and trying to figure out whether we have vulnerable people who we've represented in the past who are currently in facilities that we could get them out of, because frankly, that's what the people in our system are the most concerned about right now. Is we all have clients that we can think of who are serving stretches of time that, for one reason or another, may not be appropriate given this current context. Just sort of off the top of my head, I have one client that I've been working to get out who's, in his 70s and he's already passed his minimum sentence. And, that's the kind of work we're doing. That's taken up, that one case has taken up most of my time in the last 5 or 6 days. And it's not necessarily an easy thing to do because we don't, the court system was never designed around this issue. We don't have laws in place that really allow us to respond to these types of concerns about already sentenced people. And so what we're doing is we're using a lot of tools that are kind of designed for other things, writs of coram nobis, writs, petitions for extraordinary relief, things like that, to try to accomplish the goal of getting some of these people out. So that's really been the focus of our people during this crisis, and that's where I'm seeing most of our energy being put. As far as the concerns that we have, like the state's attorney's office, we're very concerned about what happens as this problem eases up, and what are we going to see as far as a backlog of cases coming into the system. And so I think that's the primary sort of looking down the line long-term concern. And then just as far as the present concerns, we do have concerns about the consistency of practice around the state. I think what we're seeing is that things are progressing differently county to county. We're hoping that as time goes on, things start to come together and we start to see a real consistency of practice. But at the moment, what we're seeing is, as usual, whenever things change and whenever there's not been a lot of time for people to sort of crystallize guidance into, some sort of best practice that's adopted all over the state, we're seeing people county by county, prosecutors, judges, DCF offices, everyone kind of interpret the situation differently and move in different directions on it. And so that's a concern of ours. That's also something that we are expecting will sort of resolve on its own as this, I don't want to call it a crisis, but as this situation unfolds. So I think that's a big piece of it. And then I think finally, there's been talk about a potential legislative remedy that would allow state's attorneys and defense attorneys to put together sentence reduction packages, sentence reduction in appropriate cases. And we support that in concept. It ended up in the Senate bill not heading, it was apparent in the Senate Judiciary Committee that there was not going to be a way to get it out of the committee without a lot of restrictions on it, which probably would have actually had the effect of limiting current practice rather than opening up some additional practice. So while that's something that we are very much interested in and very much concerned about and would like to see some tools available to us in addition to what's already there, it is important that anything be written in such a way that it's not actually reducing our abilities to move people out as opposed to expanding them. And I think that's the concern with the language that was suggested in the Senate. Other than that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Barbara, I see your hand is up.
Actually, my hand was up earlier, so I apologize for that.
Okay, all right, sorry.
I'm good.
Oh, I have a question.
Selena, yep, Selena, and then Martin.
I had a question, Marshall, about, I know in the past the Defender General has had concerns about the video arraignments, and as we're expanding those to more courts and looking at the possibility of other proceedings moving to various teleconferencing technologies, I'm wondering if there's best practices that can help us do that in the fairest and best way.
Sure, I think there are, and I think that we continue to be concerned about the use of video when it's done inappropriately. I think that in this context, there are many more appropriate uses of video than there have been in the past. I do think that the video teleconferencing systems that the courts use are very limited. They allow for one thing, which is for a defendant who is in a facility to have two-way communication by video with the courtroom. I think that when it comes to the problems that we're going to be seeing during this outbreak, we're going to be needing solutions that allow everybody to join in on the same video. Honestly, something more akin to Zoom than to the video systems that currently exist. Something that would allow all parties to participate by video. And I've actually seen some interesting video captures of those types of systems that have been in use in certain jurisdictions that are pretty impressive. Things that allow defense attorneys and defendants to communicate privately during the, just by hitting a button in the middle of a hearing, things like that. So honestly, I mean, I hate to bring it down into the nitty gritty, but it really is sort of the practical problems of video that are the barriers here. It's do we have the technology that allows both a whole bunch of people to communicate together, but also defense attorneys and defendants to have private conversations at the same time, things like that. And I think that, depending on how long this situation goes on, we're going to be exploring those options and developing some new technologies to rely on.
Thank you. Martin.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could comment a little bit about what this is doing to diversion opportunities, or maybe it's not happening or not a concern because things are slowing down, but if you could just comment on that.
Honestly, what we're seeing is that cases that would be appropriate for diversion are not being brought at all, or if they are being brought, they are being postponed for such a long time that, frankly, we don't see them when they're postponed. We don't even know they exist until the information and affidavit is actually filed in court. So we don't, to the extent that this has had an impact on pretrial court diversion, we may not even be aware of that. To the extent that we're talking about things like Tamarack or post-arraignment diversion, what we're just seeing is that those are cases that aren't being brought in the first place right now.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands. Am I missing anybody? Nope. Okay, great. Great. Thank you so much, Marshall. Okay, we'll now turn to the Center for Crime Victim Services.
There we go.
There you are, Chris. Hello.
Yep.
Yep. And we also have Carol, I believe.
Yes. I don't know that Carol's going to have anything to add. I just wanted to make sure that she would be able to participate if we needed to.
Great. Thank you.
So
welcome.
I want to start by thanking the committee for being interested in what is happening during this very unusual time. I think that the one thing I would say that is really clear to me is how all systems sort of touch each other, and that definitely has had something to do with our work. So what we have through the center is that we support the victim advocates, and they are who are in the state's attorney's office, and they are doing an incredible job. They are being able, what we discovered the first week when I worked out of the office, but everybody else basically was not working out of the office. What we discovered was that the advocates were calling me, which was fine, when they needed to get some kind of an immediate response. I wish that crime stopped when, if everybody, but then we all know about domestic violence. So, but the very first couple of weeks, there were a couple of murders, and they were complicated cases. I'm happy to say that our compensation staff are on, there's one person who's on call. She came in and worked almost 15 hours over 2 days to work with an out-of-state family to ensure that that the claim was processed and that we were able to arrange for some transportation. The same thing with the second one, another out-of-state parent arranging for working with the major crimes unit and the state's attorney's office, the advocate there, to ensure that the body was taken care of and then sent to the parent. So those kinds of things are still happening. In addition, that our comp staff have a full caseload, and they're coming in, they're staggering. So it's one person every day who are coming in and making sure that calls are returned, or we reach out, that we process payments, that we are paying a lot of attention, and we came up with a new protocol for the victims of sexual assault who have rape exams done and who have security concerns. And all of that is done through a confidential fax so that we can work with the hospitals and their billing departments to ensure that bills aren't sent, you know, that service information is not sent in those cases. So we are doing that on a daily basis to ensure that nothing falls through the cracks there. So our claims are being paid on a weekly basis. We have administrative staff, Carol as the finance director, coming in one day a week, and they collect all of that and then process it. So it's not quite as fast as we used to do, but things are getting out. Likewise, because the courts have slowed down, our restitution work has also slowed down because there aren't a lot of orders coming over that we need to work on, and we're not doing any kind of assertive collection right now. Doesn't seem like the time to do that, but we do have a lot of offenders who are paying through credit cards, or they send money in, and so we are processing those credit cards and their money on a weekly basis. Also, victims, we're getting calls from victims who were collecting on their behalf, and that's something that as an organization we're going to have a further conversation about, because I don't know how that is going to work for victims when people can't pay their restitution. So it's sort of on the back burner. Well, not even on the back burner. It's on the burner to have a conversation about whether we need to look at, for individuals, not businesses, but for individuals, whether we can pay above that 5,000 mark before we collect it. Right now, we can go up to $5,000 and pay victims without anything being sent in by the person who owes it, but it stops at 5,000. So we may have to look at that again and see if we might need to raise it. They also have 1 to 2 people in every day to do that kind of processing. And then finally, we have been in touch with our grantees, definitely the network program, the network who represents the programs, to try to make some of the administrative functions go easier on the federal level. We are getting guidance and we're getting dates moved back so that the pressure is not on the grantees to have to give financial information and that sort of thing and the program information on certain dates. We're getting some leniency on the federal level for that. It feels like we make plans about every 3 days now, which is better than at the beginning where I felt like I did it every day. I changed the plan. We're trying to do everything we can for victims. The whole time we're also sort of holding our breath because we know all of our special funds are going to be down. We got notification today that we got a 25% cut in our VOCA award. And so just trying to figure out, I think it's going to be a difficult time coming forward, but we're doing everything we can to get money out and ensure that victims are assisted.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, I'm looking for hands. Barbara.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
So thanks for letting us know what's going on. I'm wondering a couple of things. One is, or in any of the conversations, either at the state level or even with our congressional delegation, I don't know if anyone's people keep talking about people not being able to pay their bills, but I don't know if there's been anything specific brought up, raised around the issue of people not being able to pay the restitution and it hurting the victim. So I'm just wondering if that conversation is happening at other levels, or is that something we might help initiate as a committee?
I think I haven't heard anything on that national level. I would be surprised, which is why I think we're going to need to fast track our thinking about that. So, and we might need some legislative fix around that, around what we can pay out to individuals individual victims, to see if we might need to raise that $5,000.
About 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to be super quick. So when people are going to get examined, if they've been a victim of a sexual assault, are we having those exams happen outside of a hospital so that we're not jeopardizing, like I know nobody wants to go to the hospital these days for anything, and I'm just wondering if we're able to move those off-site where people might not be exposed so much to sick people.
Sarah Robinson might have a better answer because they run that, we fund them to run that program. I would be surprised if they were doing them anywhere but in hospitals, but let's check with her when she presents.
And my last question, which I was going to ask a couple of witnesses ago, is we hear a lot now about gun sales being up. So I'm just wondering how that is impacting everybody, and in particular, you know, thinking about your organization and your grantees.
Well, I think it's interesting with people being much more confined to their homes. I don't think we know what that really means yet. I know that I got notification from DCF that when this started, they saw an uptick, and then they didn't. And so I think none of us really know what it is. I know that, you know, just because we have some formerly battered women who are on our staff, that we have had an increase in sort of crazy contacts to me from the person who has the no contact order against them. You know, that it feels like things are a little wonky for people. And so I imagine that, and I bet the network programs know this, that there might not be a whole lot being reported or called in right now, but because people are trying to get through it. But that's, I have no basis for saying that.
Thanks.
And my cat says hello too.
Thank you. Okay, great. So let's move on to Sarah. Welcome, Sarah.
Welcome. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Sarah Robinson, Deputy Director at the Vermont Network Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. And I should be able to answer some of those questions that came up for Chris, but my goal is really to tell you a little bit about what we're anticipating the impact of COVID-19 to be on victims of domestic and sexual violence, and especially the systems that survivors rely on, and how those systems have been impacted. And I think, as a few of the witnesses have already mentioned, there's good reason to be concerned that a pandemic such as this and the social distancing recommendations that are so important to public health can actually put survivors at risk. And some of you may have seen a joint press release that came out last week from the Vermont State Police, the Vermont Attorney General's Office, and the Vermont Network, highlighting these risks and really asking and encouraging survivors to continue to reach out for help when they safely can. So we know that the very kinds of abuse that we're so concerned about, domestic violence, child sexual abuse, really thrive in secrecy and in isolation. And the economic impact that the pandemic is having on so many Vermonters is really exacerbated for victims of domestic and sexual violence, where economic challenges can really make the difference between them seeking safety or leaving an abusive situation and staying where they are. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how the landscape has changed for victims of domestic and sexual violence over the past few weeks, and then happy to take any questions. First, I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that the statewide domestic and sexual violence hotlines continue to be answered 24 hours a day. There's been no interruption in services. All 15 of our member organizations continue to operate and provide comprehensive services to survivors, though some advocates are working remotely. And domestic and sexual violence advocates were declared essential workers. And so they have continued to support survivors. And really the work that's happening throughout the state at these programs is remarkable. And what we're hearing from survivors is, as you would imagine, it's harder, what we're hearing from our programs is that it's harder for survivors to be reaching out in these times, especially if they're isolated in their homes with an abusive partner or an abusive family member. And that what we're hearing right now is that calls are actually down, but that the folks that are reaching out for help seem to be in greater distress than they were perhaps just a few weeks ago. And at the direction of the Department for Children and Families, who kind of oversee all homeless shelter operations in Vermont, including some regulations related to domestic violence shelters, shelter intakes are being limited to prevent the sharing of bathrooms and other common spaces. And while our shelters are uniformly working to implement that public health guidance, it is severely curtailing the already limited capacity of shelters in Vermont. So medically vulnerable survivors who were already living in shelters have been rehoused in hotel and motel rooms at the direction of the Department for Children and Families. And most of the new intakes coming into shelters, those individuals are being housed in hotels and motels. So as a result, what we have is in effect scattered site shelters where our member organizations are providing advocacy, providing food and other basic needs to survivors in multiple isolated locations, which does pose some challenges. And we're watching with interest what is happening to domestic violence shelters in places that are a few weeks ahead of us in this pandemic, in Washington and in New York State, where some domestic violence shelters have been forced to close, and we're working diligently to prevent this from happening in Vermont. And due to the judicial emergency that you heard about earlier, there are also new processes for accessing relief from abuse orders. So after hours, access is happening completely remotely. And in some counties that was already happening primarily. And so it's been less of an adjustment in the after hours context. During court hours, relief from abuse order paperwork can be accessed in several ways. If someone has access to a computer, they have internet access, they have a printer, they can print that paperwork off, either scan it or take a photo of it and send it by email to a court clerk. They can also go to the court, pick up the paperwork in the lobby, complete it, and return it to a drop box. And survivors can also request that hearings are happening by phone, either directly to a court clerk if they are a pro se litigant, or by a motion through their attorney if they're represented. And as of right now, those orders, relief from abuse orders, continue to be served by law enforcement throughout the state, and we're very grateful for their partnership and for their continued work to serve those orders. As Chris noted, there have been some changes in accessing sexual assault exams and child abuse exams in the state over the past few weeks. Sexual assault exams are continuing to be offered in hospitals. That is generally where the trained SANEs, by and large, they're all emergency room nurses. And we have developed protocols with hospitals throughout the state so that those are happening in safe locations, that survivors who are seeking that care are not being exposed to patients that are seeking care for the coronavirus. But one of the major changes is that victims can't bring any support people with them for those exams. And only emergent child abuse exams are happening at Vermont's only child abuse clinic, the Child Safe Clinic at UVM. And the clinic is offering phone consultations to non-offending parents for non-emergent cases. Finally, the last piece I wanted to highlight for you all is that domestic violence accountability programs have all suspended their operations because they rely on group formats And so we're investigating whether telemedicine may be able to use for those treatment groups. But as you might imagine, there's really wide opinions across the country on the efficacy and safety of offering those to offenders in their home settings when family may be present. And so we're consulting with some national experts from the Center for Court Innovation and others on what the best next steps are. But what's really needed most, I would say, on the community level is flexible emergency funding for member organizations to be able to meet the needs of survivors in the way that they need to be met, given the limitations of the systems of support at this current moment. And so to this end, we have been in conversations with the Center for Crime Victim Services, as Chris referenced. The federal funders at the Department of Justice have significantly lifted a lot of restrictions on making budget adjustments if grant funds haven't been expended. Grant funds that can be used to provide direct help to survivors haven't been expended by the grant period. They're offering extensions, and we're hoping that the state will mirror the feds in many of those ways and do the same.
About 2 minutes.
I'm done and happy to answer any questions that folks may have.
I'm looking, let's see, not seeing any hands. Sarah, as you were talking about how victims of domestic violence can access the courts, and you were going through the orders about printing and filling out forms and all of that. Again, how likely is that to happen given stay-at-home orders?
I think this is the challenge, and this is really the role that our member organizations are hoping to help facilitate that for survivors. But I think that we can, what we hear from our counterparts in states where they have had natural disasters, which is probably the most similar circumstance, is that often survivors aren't seeking the support and safety that they need in this kind of emergency phase, and that we ought to be expecting and prepare for a wave of people to be seeking support in the months up to a year after this event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else, again, looking for hands? I'm not seeing any other questions.
Yes, I had a.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Sarah, thank you for your work. And what I found that was interesting, Madam Chair asked me to check on the border to see what the border organizations were looking like. And I had a very long conversation with WISE, Women's Information Services for the Upper Valley. And their domestic violence coordinator shared very similar information as to what you did, with the concern that this isolation is actually acting as a almost like a hibernator for what's going on. There was a pretty big arrest that went on last weekend that she referred to that had made the local news here. And it was interesting, the difference in lethality assessment between the two states. But that whole discussion around what's going on because of the isolation and the response that victims have, especially, and not feeling comfortable, about accessing, that's going to be an interesting thing for us to deal with, I think, collectively. But I just wanted to share that that discussion that we had just a couple of days ago.
Thank you for that.
Great. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much, Sarah. Great. Thank you. Okay, and we will conclude with David Scher. There you
Good
are.
to see you all.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me on today. I apologize that I haven't been able to be on much of this call so far. I had an emergency call that I had to be on. And so I'm sorry that I haven't heard what some of the other folks involved in the court system have been testifying to, but I thought I would go through a brief overview of what our office in particular has been working on and dealing with and approaching the situation. And I'll try to keep that pretty brief and then open it up for questions. The Attorney General's office as a whole is working under a mandatory work from home order. So virtually everybody in the office is working from home, dealing like most people are with remote communications, and working obviously with respect to court appearances and so forth, working with the court orders as they have been coming out in terms of the AO 49 and the other social distancing measures that are going on. And along with other entities, we are doing the best we can to maintain continuity of operations where necessary in terms of court hearings. One aspect of what our office is working on is assisting the governor's office and the Department of Public Safety with enforcement of the executive orders and their various addenda and directives. One thing that we are all cautious about is maintaining the governors and the attorney generals in agreement with this. We really want to maintain the education first approach to the enforcement of the executive orders. To that end, we will fairly soon be releasing a guidance or a directive to law enforcement that lays out the process by which law enforcement can consult with our office to determine whether court action needs to be taken on an executive order violation. Again, we would view this as a rare circumstance, not something that we're eager to do, but in order to make sure that we have a uniform approach to this across the state and to make sure people are being treated fairly and in the same manner everywhere, we are going to be directing, in cooperation with the Department of Public Safety, we are going to be directing the cases where law enforcement believes they may need some court action. All that will be coming through the Attorney General's office, and by statute, the Attorney General's office is the only entity that can bring cases for injunctive relief. And there are the possibility for criminal charges for violations, but again, we would view that only as an extremely rare, very much last resort circumstance, not something that we are looking to do at all. To that end, we are, as I said, going to be releasing a guidance and sort of funneling stuff through the AG's office. If there does need to be some sort of injunctive relief, we will work with law enforcement to do that. But again, our first approach, even in those conversations, I think is really going to be, all right, have we done the education that we can do? Have we talked with folks to get them the help they may need to get to abide by social distancing regulations and stay-at-home orders? Because we assume that a lot of what's going on here is really a matter of need. And not a matter of sort of willful violations. A couple other pieces that.
Actually, excuse me, David, before you continue, I see that Martin has a question.
Yeah, so David, as far as the enforcement, you're mainly talking about, it sounds like the stay-at-home orders, but what about, well, let me give you an example, something I've heard from several people of going to grocery stores, and grocery stores don't seem to be following any of the directives that they've been receiving, such as making sure that individuals are staying 6 feet apart and that there's appropriate cleaning of surfaces, et cetera. I mean, is that an area where if certain stores just are not getting their act together, that there's some sort of enforcement authority behind these executive orders, or is it really just a stay-at-home order?
I think for any of these, it's not, I should say as a blanket statement, it's not only the stay-at-home order, it is also the essential businesses aspect of it. With respect to that example, again, I really think the approach for something like that is, let's work with you to get you what you need to do the right thing. It's hard to even say what kind of court enforcement would be effective in something like that. So I think it's really going to be a case by case. Let's work to see what we can do. Does it mean a phone call from law enforcement, more talks with them? Does it mean a phone call from somebody in the AG's office to talk about what they might need to do better? And some of the issues, I think, with people staying 6 feet apart, there's only so much policing, if you will, I use that in quotes, that a store can do. And we do need to rely on Vermonters to do the best they can too. And I think they mostly are. So I think, again, it's going to be an education first approach. And the point of having this centralized system is more just to make sure we have uniformity and fairness, not so much that we expect a heavy hand.
Yeah, no, I'm not certainly looking for any criminal charges against our important grocery stores, but as the AG office, do they work closely with VOSHA on following these kind of issues? Because I know that's a first point of contact that certainly I'm giving to people who are calling about this particular issue.
I think that's a really good first point of contact, and I recommend continuing that. I will say, honestly, we're ramping everything up right now. You know, this isn't, as everybody knows, it's not a normal circumstance. It's not something that we've dealt with before. And so we're in the process still of establishing connections with the various state agencies who can help with particular problems. We've certainly been working more with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development than we would on a standard day-to-day basis, because they're really in charge of issuing a lot of the guidance under the governor's orders. So yes is my short answer. That's a good direction to go in. And we are also working to strengthen connections and the sort of inter-bureaucracy connections.
And I would strongly urge at least that particular connection be made because, again, this is, I mean, different parts of the state are getting lots of different questions, but this has been one question that I've heard a lot about. And what I'm concerned about is that with the stay-at-home orders, that is the main place where COVID-19 could still spread in the stores that are still open. And that's primarily grocery stores where people have to go there. So that seems to be that one really big risk area still. So I hope that the AG office will work with VOSHA to see how they can help in making sure this gets done. Thanks.
We will. Thank you for that. I will, after I get off of this call, I will, there's a group within the AG's office that's really dealing with these issues. That's been assigned to deal with, tasked with dealing with these issues. So I will send an email to that group about how best to establish that connection and make sure we have a line of communication there. A couple of other aspects that we've been working on. I'm sure that this
about 2 minutes.
Covered. Gotcha. I'm sure this has been covered with extensively already, but really talking about the issues of minimizing incarceration and making sure that we are not incarcerating unnecessarily. We've worked cooperatively with state's attorneys, Department of Corrections and others to really, and law enforcement to really try to memorialize some of the practices that have already been put into place. And I do want to give credit to those entities for making considerable efforts to minimize incarceration. And the numbers certainly bear that out. I think that one thing that we all need to do is make sure that we are speaking plainly and clearly about what's going on and some of the policies. And we've tried to put that out there so that folks understand what's happening. But we do give credit to the entities that have been working hard on that. The final piece I'll bring up really briefly is with regard to the office more broadly, there's some aspects of the office that have slowed down, like standard civil litigation, and other aspects of the office that have sped up wildly, like all of our Agency of Human Services legal counsel division is really working overtime. And so lawyers have been shifting around quite a bit to take on work that they don't normally do for those lawyers for whom things have slowed down. And it's really been a team effort, and people are working well together in unexpected ways in these unexpected circumstances. So we're working hard and adjusting like everybody else is, and we're grateful for all the support.
I see
happy
that.
to answer any questions.
Yep. Coach, see your hand up.
Good to see you, David. Just in order to get back to Martin's question a little bit, having served on a different committee that had different jurisdiction, the Department of Health and the Chris Herrick's jurisdiction as well as deputy commissioner, they do a lot of the inspection pieces. So as far as the cleanliness and following those protocols, the Department of Health and the deputy commissioner's office have that piece of the puzzle from a jurisdiction perspective. So it might be worth at least checking in with them if they're not already coordinating within your office around those inspection type issues. Just a thought.
Thank you. There has been some coordination on that, and the Vermont statutes actually do give the Department of Public Safety special authority for inspections when it's warranted under the executive order power. And so we're, again, in the middle of coordinating that stuff. But that's a very good point. I appreciate that. And we'll continue to work with public safety and the health department on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am not seeing any other hands. If I'm missing anybody, please speak up. Nope. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody, to all our witnesses. I think this was really helpful, and our committee will have some time to follow up on this and see what other information we do want and do need. And certainly in the interim, if any of our witnesses do think of anything that would be appropriate legislatively, please reach out to me. And thank you.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 368th edition of Energy Week with me, George Harvey, and the other guy who is the amazing Tom Fennell. In the flesh. I knew you were going to say that. Okay, we've had a bizarre week. I mean, totally bizarre. And so what I'm going to want to do here is kind of rush through things a little bit until we hit the really meaty stuff, which is in a couple of days. The first day that we're working with is April 16th, and today being the 23rd. And the material that we have here is all coming from my blog, geoharvey.com. And you can get it by going there or by using links or a file download that is available from the material that DCTV puts up online and at its site.
Well, some of these are well worth following up on. I mean, I read all of these, and some of them, as I say, are well worth reading. And I'll try to mention some of the better ones. And you go to George's blog and click on it, and see if you can read directly from the link.
Well, there's two things that I'm going to want to do in the course of this. One of them is to explain the futures market.
Yes, I got a little bit of a blurb on that.
Did you?
Yeah, I did, because it's confusing.
It's confusing. The other thing that I want to explain is what I call Harvey's third law, which has an effect on things like the oil industry collapsing.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what it is, and then I'll explain it further when we get to the point that the story is relevant.
Sounds like a plan.
Harvey's third law, Harvey's first and second laws were like Murphy's laws. They were something I made up for a lecture. But having done that, I came to a point where I realized there was a law that is a real law. It can be proven mathematically, and it is. The likelihood of something extremely unlikely happening is extremely high.
You better say that again.
The likelihood of something extremely unlikely happening is extremely high.
I like that one.
Well, you know, it's like if you sell 1 billion lottery tickets, each one has a 1 in a billion chance of winning, but somebody's going to win. And the chance of that somebody's extremely unlikely event happening is 100%.
Yeah, very high.
Yeah,
Way higher than that.
Yeah, looking at things in retrospect, you say, what were the chances? Well, if it wasn't that, it was going to be something else. So with that having been said, let's go up to our first little, this is not a big item, it's from Energy Leader.
Let's start with this one. We got a little picture there of solar panels.
Pretty picture of solar panels out in a meadow.
And what it says is, Colorado Springs Utility announces the start of its largest solar project. This is significant.
It is. It's a very short article, though. Duke Energy Renewables Colorado Springs Utilities announced the start of operation for the Palmer Solar Generating Project. The 60 megawatt project has more than 220,000 solar panels on about 700 acres of land southeast of Colorado Springs.
60 megawatts isn't all that big.
60 megawatts is a big solar plant, and this is huge when you consider that it's the situation for Colorado Springs.
Well, it's 220,000 solar panels, and it takes up 700 acres of land. So I guess it's significant.
Yeah, and it'll give them a significant part of their energy needs.
And a quick takeaway from the article, the utility has increased its renewable resources from 19 to 114 megawatts in the past 6 months.
That's
So they're doing something.
Yeah, they are doing something. And this article refers to the solar farm actually running, not to the thing being started.
So it's not just an idea. This is real.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm hearing an echo here. If people online or are watching this hear an echo, I should explain. With the coronavirus pandemic, Tom and I are both working from home. So we are not going into the studio because we don't want to get infected. We are practicing social distancing of about a block and a half.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Close enough for me.
Okay, we've got an article here from The Guardian.
Yeah, we do. We got a picture of a meltwater canyon, which is interesting.
Yes.
That's a glacier in Greenland, presumably.
Yes.
And that's a river.
Yes, running down a canyon.
Melting ice.
Yeah, running down a canyon that the river carved in the ice.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah, it is.
When you think about it, when you want to think about it, it's even more scary.
Yeah. This is
well, scientists confirmed the dramatic melting of the Greenland ice sheet.
This is from The Guardian. Greenland's ice sheet melted dramatically in the summer of 2019. Researchers confirmed this. A study revealed the loss largely down to a persistent zone of high pressure. If such pressure zones become regular features, future melting could be twice as high as currently predicted.
Well, this melting phenomenon happens every year. This is nothing new.
Yeah.
But what is new is 95% of this ice sheet melted in 2019.
Yeah.
Compared to an average of 65% between 1981 and 2010.
Yeah.
Only 2012 had a higher meltwater runoff in recent years.
Yeah.
That's almost all of it.
Well, what this refers to is not the percent of volume of the ice, it's the percent of the surface area of the ice that is in melt. And
that would change things a little bit.
Yeah. And I remember one point several years ago, it might have been in 2012, when and in fact, I think we talked about this at the time, they found that 100% of Greenland's ice at one particular time was actually in the process, the surface was melting. But, Greenland's big and the ice is thick.
Well, the ice on Greenland is on land, so if it melts, that water will raise sea levels.
That's absolutely right.
It's not like an ice cube in a drink.
No, it's not. It's not.
So that's kind of something to be aware of.
It is indeed. Okay.
Let's move along here.
Yep. Our next item is from the Daily Pennsylvanian, and there's a picture which is titled University of Pennsylvania Campus. And I got to tell you, that skyline that's silhouetted there, that's not the university. That's Philadelphia, I'm pretty sure. University
for the Daily Pennsylvanian, and it says University of Pennsylvania Campus.
Yeah.
But it may not be.
I think that is the University of Pennsylvania campus, except
it's downtown Philadelphia.
Yeah, you can't see the campus because it's kind of in shadow in the foreground.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do you got for title?
Penn. That's Penn at the university.
Yeah,
Penn signs power purchase agreement to supply campus with solar energy by 2023. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. The University of Pennsylvania signed a power purchase agreement for the construction of 2 new solar energy facilities with a combined capacity of 220 megawatts in the central part of the state to supply the campus with renewable energy.
It's interesting. It's the central part of the state. It's pretty far away.
You mean the solar array is...
The solar array is somewhere in the middle of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And Philadelphia is on the East Coast.
But they invented this really nifty thing, Tom. It's called a transmission line.
Well, I don't think this is going via a transmission line. I think they're putting in the electrons here and taking other electrons out there, and it's all done by a computer.
It's all done by computer, but the only connection is the transmission lines.
They're there already.
Lines that are there already, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I should have mentioned, if you want to read these articles in depth, you can go to geoharvey.com and click on the date that we give you on the calendar. Those three were from the 16th of April. We are now up to Friday, the 17th of April, and we have an item from BBC.
Well, just before we hit this one, give you some idea of what's going on here. The facilities they're talking about for the University of Pennsylvania are 220 megawatts.
Yes.
Okay? We have in Fairground Road, our own, it's only 5 megawatts, and it looks huge to me.
It was indeed when it was built, and it still is.
It's still pretty large.
220, I think the largest array in Vermont is still 20 megawatts. And so that means this is 11 times as big as anything that's in Vermont.
If it got any bigger, it'd be in New Hampshire, wouldn't it?
I suppose. You mean the array we have here in Brattleboro? Yeah, it probably would be. Okay, we have a picture of Lake Mead.
We sure do. Now, Lake Mead is a reservoir.
Right.
And it supplies water to Las Vegas.
Yes.
So it's a very important reservoir.
It also, this is behind the Hoover Dam, isn't it?
Exactly.
And so it supplies electricity as well.
It produces electricity. It preserves water. Yeah. Without Lake Mead, there would be no Las Vegas.
Yeah, and we've talked about Lake Mead many times before with the water level being low. This is the first time I've seen this particular picture. But you can see, it's way down from what it should be.
It's way down. Well, that's what it does.
Yeah.
That's what it's been doing for years, but this is probably as bad as it's ever been.
Yeah.
And the title of the article reflects that. It says the U.S. mega drought is already underway.
A drought equal to the worst to have hit the western U.S. in recorded history is already underway, according to scientists. Researchers say the mega drought is a naturally occurring event that started in the year 2000 and is still ongoing. Climate change is having a major impact, making the drought more severe. We covered this drought a bunch of times, and I guess a couple of years ago, we kind of came to the conclusion that it was over, and these guys are saying it's not.
I don't think they're saying, they're saying it's far from not.
Yeah.
Well, what they're talking about, a mega drought, it refers to a multi-decade event that contains periods of very high severity.
Yes.
And there's only been 4 mega droughts in the western U.S. over the period of time from 800 to 2018.
Yes.
That's a long period of time.
Yeah.
And they figured this out from using tree ring records.
Right.
When they compared the worst drought events in the past to soil moisture records from 2000 to 2018, they found the current period is already worse than 3 of the 4 recorded mega droughts.
Yes.
So this is nothing to sneeze at, folks.
No, this is nothing to sneeze at. Not at all. You want to move on, Tom?
Yeah, I think we got another one coming up. We got a picture of the GM corporate office.
Yeah, this picture actually came with the article, and I'm kind of sorry I used it because it's so fuzzy. But, it's from Clean Technica.
It is that. And it says work begins on GM/LG, LG Chem, Gigapower Plant Battery Factory. And LG is a Korean firm, I guess it is, isn't it? And they make a lot of electronics. I have an LG phone.
Yes. Actually, so do I. Tesla isn't alone working toward an electric automobile future. Just one day after getting approval from the Army Corps of Engineers, work began to clear the land for what GM calls its Gigapower Factory, a battery manufacturing facility on 158 acres in Mecca Township, Ohio. Gigapower? Do you suppose that's a takeoff on the Tesla Gigafactory?
Well, they're doing the same darn thing.
They're doing the same thing.
But giga means bigger.
It sure does. And this is GM. This is not a small company doing this.
No, that's General Motors. We're not playing. We're playing with the big guys now.
Exactly. And when Tesla started work on its Gigafactory, it was still relative.
It was novel.
It was novel. And
GM is planning to roll out a number of new battery electric cars. And its factory is a joint venture with LG Chem.
Yeah.
And it's going to produce 30 gigawatt hours of battery cells annually, which is enough for 500,000 cars.
Yes. Clearly, they're
500,000 cars.
They're clearly planning on building a lot of cars.
Well, it's coming, guys.
I guess it is.
The electric car is coming, guys. There's no way around it.
Yes.
We got a nice picture here of Kansas coming up.
Yep, wind turbines in Kansas, as a matter of fact. And you know, this is a weird picture because those turbines are all lighted up, and they're against a sky that in places is just about jet black, but it has a rainbow in it.
Well, it could be a composite picture.
I kind of have a feeling that this is actually what it is. The sun was well behind, and you know, it's just my feeling.
By the way, that picture when I first took a look at it was quite dark.
Yeah.
And in Word, anyhow, the Word is an easy way to lighten them up.
Yes.
It probably is in most word processing programs, but I light the picture up and it's a lot easier to see.
Ah, well, this article is from the Kansas City Star.
Yes, it is. And it says, for the first time, wind energy overtakes coal in Kansas. We're going to be talking about stuff like that a little later on.
Yeah, we are. Wind energy has overtaken coal in Kansas for the first time. The American Wind Energy Association reports that wind accounted for the largest share of energy production in Kansas and in Iowa in 2019. It is the first time that wind was the top source of electricity in any state. And I want to point out, this is wind. This is not renewable energy, which would
It's just wind.
It's just wind.
Well, there's a lot of wind in Kansas.
I was born in Kansas, and I tell people, you remember the Wizard of Oz?
Yes.
And that sequence at the beginning where it shows that woman riding her bicycle through Kansas and so forth. And
yeah.
All very great. That was right across the street from where I was born.
Oh, no kidding. Huh.
Well, I am kidding, but I know about Kansas because I was born there. Okay.
Well, there's a video here that's worth looking at.
Yes.
It says, see how wind turbines capture and convert wind energy to generate clean electricity. It's an interesting video.
Yes.
Well, there's some quick takeaways here. Kansas wind power increased to 41% of generation last year.
Yeah.
Coal fell to 33%.
Yeah.
And as it says, Kansas has an abundance of wind, and over 3,000 turbines to utilize it.
Yes, and they're going to have more.
Well, they could still add, from what the wind is generating in Kansas, 500 gigawatts of wind production. That would be 200,000 turbines.
Yes.
I don't think they're going to do that, but they got enough wind to do it.
They got enough wind. I don't think they're going to do that.
Let's move along to Saturday, April 18th.
Yeah, let's do that.
We got a nice picture of a dragster. Wow.
Yeah. And
5,000 horsepower it is.
Yes, that's right. I did a little calculation on this. I'll tell you about it after we talk about the article.
Well, a tiny 1,340 horsepower electric motor is driving the Hyperloop. And there's 4 of those motors there.
Yep. Reading the specs on the Hyperpower's electric motor is a dizzying experience. At 18 inches by what looks like less than 4 inches, each motor reportedly delivers 1 megawatt power, or 1,340 horsepower. Hyperpower has developed the motor units so they can be ganged in a common engine shaft, and that car has got 4 of them, but it's 5,000 horsepower.
That's amazing.
Isn't?
That's amazing.
Now, I'm accustomed to dealing. I used to work with various pieces of old electricity, and a half horsepower DC motor. I would not want to hold one in my lap. Those things were big.
Absolutely.
And this thing is not a whole lot bigger, if it is bigger. And it's not half a horsepower, it's 1,340 horsepower.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, but Tom,
Nice picture of the motor in this ad, in this article, by the way.
yeah, I want you to consider something. This thing is 18 inches by what looks like less than 4.
That's about right.
If you
think it's right behind the wheel in
Yeah.
this particular car, and I'm sure it does.
if you could gang 26 of these things together,
Yeah.
23 of them together, I'm sorry. If you could gang 23 of them together, you would have a set of motors that would be about 18 inches by something on the order of, say, 10 feet. 18 inches by 10 feet. Now, you couldn't gang them together on a single shaft because their shaft isn't designed to be strong enough for 23 of them to be ganged up. But if you did that twice, and you attached each of those to one of the screws of a Fletcher-class destroyer from the Second World War, that would power the
ship.
That is amazing. That's absolutely amazing.
Well, you know, somebody's going to do that sometime soon.
They may be doing it already, for what all I know. I mean, when I got my Prius, which was 2001, it had I think it was a 35 horsepower motor that was about the size of a grapefruit can. And
okay.
It was, I mean, you couldn't see it. I just knew that it was buried in the engine system somehow. But
wow,
these new motors they've got are built using super magnets, and they're powerful.
Yes, they are.
Okay, you want to move on?
Well, there's the quick takeaway here.
Ah, good.
The Hyperpower, which is the name of the company,
Yeah.
is developing an electric dragster. That's, I think, this one.
That's what it is.
It's offering 0 to 320 miles per hour in 3.7 seconds.
Yeah, and when you're all done, it's hard to stop the car because the guy who was in it passed out.
The top speed is only about 380 miles an hour.
Oh my
The
God!
acceleration is going to blow your head off.
And here, you know, you look at that thing and you say to yourself, "Where's the engine?"
Yeah, you would.
I mean, it almost looks like, I don't know, it looks like a joke, and it isn't.
And by the way, that's being done in Australia.
Yes, that particular company is in Australia. Yep.
It's not a California dragster.
That was from Clean Technica, in case I didn't say it before.
Well, you said it now.
I've said it now, and we've got another one coming up, also Clean Technica, and it's actually a reprint of an article that appeared in 2017, and we talked about it then, I believe.
I'll touch base on that. I got the name of it.
Yeah.
Well, 200,000 Americans a year die from air pollution. Well, that's kind of kept secret, isn't it?
Well, it's kept secret if you're talking to certain politicians in Washington, but this information's been around, you know, and if you want to get the information from MIT did studies on this, and the American Lung Association did studies on it. There's a lot of studies on it. We lose about 300 people a year in Vermont, which is almost one person every day. And the reason I wanted to put this up again at the site, it did appear again in Clean Technica, but the reason I wanted to put it up at the blog again is because think about that 200,000
what's going on,
and what's going on with this coronavirus epidemic. The number of people who are dying of air pollution is extremely high, and it's something that we should have dealt with long ago.
That's what this says. Air pollution leads to a higher likelihood of death from COVID-19.
It does that. It exacerbates COVID-19. So we're going to be hearing.
And the article has a list of 16 problems caused by air pollution.
Yeah.
And there's 16 links to it.
Yeah.
And there's also a link to the original article, which was called this stealth terrorist killed 53,000 Americans last year.
Yes.
And it's worth reading. It's a good article.
Yes. Okay. We have a picture of an offshore wind farm.
That's what it looks like to me.
From
gotta go hard to see those wind towers, though.
Yeah, it is. And you know, every time
horizon.
Every time I see those, I think about being on the beach or something like that, and seeing a sailboat or seeing a ship in the distance or something. And I don't think these things, I've never seen offshore wind turbines. I don't think they would bother me in the slightest.
Wouldn't bother me any.
Yeah. Okay, this is from Renewed.
And what it says is COVID-19, UK wind farms could be switched off.
National Grid warned that it could ask UK power plants, including some wind farms, to switch off in order to avoid the network being overwhelmed with electricity as the COVID-19 pandemic hits demand. The UK network operators said there has been a 10% drop in power demand.
Well, that's true, and it could rise to as much as 20% in the summer if the impact of this coronavirus continues.
Right.
Now, this drop is mainly due to decrease in energy use by industry, not by people staying at home.
Right. But you know, there's something here that people should understand, and that is baseload power plants are designed to supply the base load, which is the least load that is expected on a power grid.
Well, they're not expected to be turned on and off.
Yeah, and when you get to a point where your power demand is dropping below the base load, that means the base load power plants have to shut off.
Yeah.
So
that's expensive.
It's expensive. You know, when I watch, because I do this every day, I watch I look every day at the current status of nuclear power plants and so forth on an individual basis.
Which are baseload plants.
They are baseload plants. And a lot of times I'll see a plant start up and it'll struggle for about 5 days when it's below full load, and then it'll go off again because of some quirk that happened, you know, a startup problem. And then it'll start over again, and sometimes it'll take 3 weeks for a nuclear power plant to get back to full load.
I didn't realize it took that long.
Oh, usually it takes at least like 5 days, but it takes a lot of time. Those are big plants. Imagine having a tea kettle with, you know, 10,000 gallons of water in it. It just takes a long time to heat it up.
It's a big kettle for sure.
Yes. Okay, you want to go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got an interesting one here.
Okay.
The world's energy order is changing, and China is set to reap the strategic benefits. And there's an image there of a solar farm in China, and it's big.
It's big. It doesn't look much like solar farms in Vermont, I can tell you that, because it follows the contours of the hills.
This is a good article. It's long, but it's interesting.
Yeah, this is, we've got up to Sunday, April 19th, by the way. And this article is from ABC Science Online. And I don't remember whether that's ABC in the United States or no, that's ABC in
Australian Broadcasting. I looked that one up.
I recently had an article that was ABC News, and it was American Broadcast Company News, and it looked identical to the ABC News that comes from Australia. But you know, I've decided it's probably nice to be careful of that. But what do you have for title for this?
The world, I think I read it.
Oh, maybe you did.
I'll read it again. The world's energy order is changing, and China is set to reap the strategic benefits.
You did read it, and thank you for reading it again. The production cap agreed on by OPEC Plus, the instability of the markets, the economic fall due to the coronavirus pandemic, and the ongoing technological changes are playing out in a power shift, and it looks like China is going to be the main beneficiary.
I'll mention OPEC Plus because it's confusing. Since the 1960s, a cartel of OPEC, which is a cartel of 14 oil-producing countries, has controlled a huge amount of the world's oil supply. OPEC has now expanded, forming a super cartel with 10 non-OPEC countries called OPEC Plus.
Yes.
Control roughly 55% of the world's supply.
Yes. And my understanding was the United States was represented in this.
They are. They're one of the 10 non-OPEC countries.
Yeah, and so is Russia, which is one of the really big players. Yeah. And we're going to be talking about the problems for oil, but
this article mentions something that we're going to visit a couple of times, I think, before this one's over.
Yes.
This week, oil price descended to negative values.
Yes.
Okay, due to limited storage.
Which means that if you went to buy the oil they would have to pay you to take it away.
That's exactly what it means. Well, China is now the world's largest producer, exporter, and installer of solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, and electric vehicles, placing it at the forefront of the global transition.
And that's new technology, you know, and if we're going to insist on trying to promote coal and oil and natural gas, we have to remember that
lose.
Huh?
We're going to lose.
Yeah, because it's like backing buggy whips and horseshoes when the automobile is
absolutely
moving in, you know. So it's not I think it's extremely important for the future of the United States to get involved in this in a big way.
They have to. We have to.
We have to.
China sees what's going on and they're doing it.
What's that
just
again?
twiddling our thumbs.
Yes. Well, I mean, we've got policy that's driven by people who imagine that they're going to have problems if renewable energy supplants them, which is probably true the way they do business. They just have a business plan.
Absolutely. Well, this one's from CNN. It says designing an end to a toxic American obsession, which is the lawn.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful picture of greenery. I just titled it greenery. It didn't have a title at CNN. It did have a thing saying credit Jennifer Roper, but it's kind of a pretty picture of the front of a house with
a garden.
With a garden that does not include grass.
Well, they mention that's kind of ridiculous when you come right down to it.
Yes, unless you happen to keep sheep or goats.
Well, this is a good article.
Yeah,
there's a lot of pictures in there of front gardens, and it's worth considering.
Yeah, lawns cover 2% of the entire United States. Maintaining them produces more greenhouse gases than they absorb. They are biodiversity deserts. Think about that for a minute. They're not places where a lot of things live. You know, the robin hops around and gathers worms, and the worms will live there. But from the point of view of a lot of biodiversity, they're just not good. And if you're going to use toxic chemicals to keep them under control, the worms don't. You got toxic worms.
Well, you got toxic yourself.
Yeah. Biodiversity deserts that have contributed to vanishing insect populations, they require more irrigation than any agricultural crop grown in the country. And we've got alternatives. And that picture is actually a picture of an alternative to a lawn. So,
well, the article is full of pictures of front gardens.
Yes, it is. And imagine that picture with all of the greenery and all of the wood just cut out. So you've got a white building with a door and steps, and then have a lawn there. This is beautiful.
This is much more attractive.
I think so, yeah.
Well, in 2005, this is interesting, a NASA satellite study found that American residential lawns are nearly equal in size to the entire country of Greece.
Yes. I didn't include
square miles.
Yeah. I didn't include that in the synopsis because I figured that most people don't really know how big Greece is. It's hard for me, and I've got a good sense of the maps and things of that nature. It's hard for me to picture the area of Greece.
I bet it's as big, as close as the Atlantic seaboard from Maine to about Virginia.
Yeah. That's easier, except how wide is the seaboard? Do you happen to know, Tom?
No.
See, it's
well,
hard.
It's the width of the states. It would extend to the end of Pennsylvania, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you want to go on?
Yeah, let's move on.
We've got an item here.
You mentioned one thing here that I thought I'd mention.
What's that?
Victory gardens.
Victory gardens.
In the time of World War II, virtually everybody had a small garden.
There's actually a town in New Jersey called Victory Garden.
Is there really?
Yeah. It was part of Dover, and the people all had gardens, and they decided they were going to have their own community, and they did.
Good. Good for them.
Okay, our next item comes from
NBC News.
NBC News, and it includes a picture of a woman who has a very big smile. Even a small copy of this picture shows her big smile. In a canoe that she has made, and I want to tell you that every time I see this picture, I think about the Big Rock Candy Mountain.
Oh yeah,
because there's a line in there about there's a lake of stew and a whiskey too, and you can paddle all around them in a big canoe?
I don't know that song, but
Okay.
no, there's a fungus among us. No. Is fungus the answer to climate change? Student who grew a mushroom canoe says yes.
She grew that canoe.
Yeah.
Catch a glimpse of Katie Ayers paddling her canoe on a Nebraska lake. I didn't know there were any lakes in Nebraska.
There's one.
There's one. I think there's more than one. On a Nebraska lake this summer, and you might do a double take. Her 8-foot canoe seems much like any other until you look closely, and then you see it's different. It's made out of mushrooms.
A little bit of an explanation here.
Yes.
Mycelium, the dense fibrous roots of the mushroom that typically live beneath the soil, is buoyant and waterproof. So she decided to try using it to create a boat, actually to grow it.
Yes.
So she built a wooden skeleton and sandwiched it with mushroom spawn and let nature take its place. The last step of the process was to let the 100-pound boat dry in the Nebraska sun.
Yes.
Now the boat is still alive, which means it grows mushrooms each time it gets wet.
Oh, yeah. I found that. And I don't know what kind, does it say there what kind of mushrooms she used?
Well, if it did, I didn't record it. So
She might have used oyster mushrooms because they grow very aggressively. And if she did, then after she goes out and paddles around, she can take that canoe, and when the mushrooms grow out of it, she can clip them off and eat them for lunch.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, we are up to Monday, April 20th, and we have a picture of cable on a cable-laying ship.
That's interesting.
That ship, by the way, is named the Safety First.
Oh, is it? You got the name of that ship, huh?
No, I'm just reading the sign, and it looks like it could have been put in a place where the name of the ship would be. That kind of cable, by the way, is not something that you can tie into a bow easily.
I don't think so. I used to work for a company that made submarine cables.
Yes.
Simplex Wire and Cable it was called, and they're not part of the consortium they mentioned here.
Yeah.
Well, Tennessee, which is the name of a company, launches a 2-gigawatt cable project.
Tenet contracted with an international group of cable suppliers to develop a new 2-gigawatt submarine cable, and I want to tell you that 2-gigawatt connection for offshore wind projects planned off the Dutch and German coasts. The project will deploy a 525 kilovolt high voltage distributed current extruded submarine cable system.
Well, first of all, it's not distributed current, it's direct current. This probably was written in Dutch and translated to English.
Well, very good point, Tom. I didn't understand that.
And it is an extruded submarine cable because virtually all of the cables are now extruded.
Yeah.
But in any case, Tenet is a system operator in the Netherlands and in a large part of Germany. It's owned by the Dutch government. And this particular system that they're building will be ready for deployment in early 2022.
Which is not that far off.
Not very far off.
Yeah.
Right now, well, not right now, but eventually, 40% of the Netherlands' electricity will come from offshore wind farms by 2030.
Okay.
So they're planning ahead.
Yeah, that item came from Renews, by the way. Our next item has a picture of an oil rig, and it's
going under a bridge.
BBC. Tom, can you tell where that oil rig is in the picture?
No, I can't.
Well, you see on the right side of the screen there a thing that looks a little bit like a nuclear power plant with.
It looks like a mosque.
It actually is the mosque. Those are minarets.
It is a mosque, huh?
It is. And I looked at that and I said, that looks an awful lot like the Cathedral of Hagia Sophia, which was in Constantinople, and it was taken over by the Turks, who turned it into a mosque. And now it's a museum. That's Hagia Sophia, which was built, I don't remember the year, but it was built like 1,500 years ago.
I was going to say about 800 AD or something.
Yeah, something like that. Very famous building, very interesting architecture. So, let's see. Did you read the, I don't think, no, you didn't read it.
I haven't read it yet. U.S. oil prices dropped to a 21-year low as demand dries up.
we're going to go further with this.
We'll hit this one again.
What?
We're going to hit something very much like
We
this.
are, yes. The price of a barrel of West Texas Intermediate dropped 14% to $15.65 in Asian trading, its lowest level since 1999. Earlier this month, OPEC and its allies agreed to a record deal to reduce global output by 10%, but some analysts said the cut was not big enough to make a difference. And my recollection, Tom, is that you and I talked about whether it was big enough to make a difference, and we agreed it was not.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about this again. Oil producers are paying buyers to take the commodity off their hands over fears that storage capacity could run out, which is happening.
We're going to get into that if we will.
Demand for oil has all but dried up due to lockdowns across the world, which has forced the price of oil into negative territory, as low as minus $37.63 a barrel. And we'll touch base on this again.
That minus 37.63, by the way, was not the lowest level it went to. It was the lowest level that it finished the day at. It actually went down to minus 40.
Wow.
Fred. Do you want to go on, or do you want to talk?
Let's move on. We're going to be touching base with that on another, I think, 2 more articles.
Yeah, we have a picture of a big solar array in Mexico. This is from iNews.
iNews, yes, it is. Green energy investment could turbocharge economic growth. Could is the emphasis there.
Yes. A report from the International Renewable Energy Agency says investment in renewable energy could turbocharge economic growth in the aftermath of COVID-19, leaving populations richer, healthier, and safe from future climate risks. And
what it says here is rapid scale-up of low-carbon infrastructure could revive the global economy after the pandemic.
Yes.
Higher renewables investment promise more jobs, higher economic growth, cleaner living conditions, and significantly improved welfare.
Yes.
Move to green energy could deliver a $98 trillion boost to the global GDP by mid-century.
And employ tens of millions of people.
Absolutely. It's a win-win situation.
Far more people than are employed by fossil fuels right now. But we'll have to see what happens.
Well, we got a picture coming up, and guess what? It's pump jacks.
It's pump jacks that look like painted ladies. You know the painted ladies?
There's a good question here. How can the oil price be negative?
Yeah. This is from Tuesday, April 21st, and this is an item from what is called Share Cafe. Oil is the world's most heavily traded physical commodity, but most of the trades are in the futures market, with the oil not actually changing hands until the contract matures. When that happens, the oil has to be stored someplace. In the United States, that usually means it goes into storage tanks in Cushing, Oklahoma, but the tanks are all full.
Well, it's saying here in the article, from the article, all available U.S. storage is now either taken or spoken for.
Right.
Which includes the filling of oil tankers and sitting them off the coast going nowhere.
And
here's the big kicker. Oil costs money to store.
Yes, it does.
So what is the cost of storage when there is no storage capacity left?
Well, all of a sudden, the cost of storage goes to whatever the person who owns it demands, doesn't it?
On that basis, anyone stuck with a futures contract has no choice but to sell at any price. Any price implies you pay just to get the stuff off your hands.
Yeah, and I want to explain here how the futures market works.
Okay, good.
You can buy potatoes today for delivery in November. If you're a farmer who's growing soybeans, you can sell part of your crop that's going to be coming out next fall now. And what happens with that kind of sale is you go into what's called a futures. It's a sale of something that doesn't yet exist, but will exist. And when it does, it'll get delivered at a specific date.
On that date, and this is the price you will pay for it.
That's right.
On that date.
I remember about 45 years ago hearing a woman telling me about a person she knew who was playing the market. That is to say, he was gambling on futures because they do that. They do that. Those contracts can be bought and sold. Well, let me read quickly what I got about futures. Okay, to add to you what we know. Go ahead. Futures contracts are standardized agreements that typically trade on an exchange. That's like a stock exchange. Right. They are financial contracts obligating a buyer to purchase an asset and a seller to sell that asset at a predetermined future date and price regardless of today's price. Right. Well, if the price of that asset on that future date is different from the value in the contract, the buyer and seller make a profit or a loss respectively. Right. The traders pay only a fraction of the value in the contract up front, which is called the margin, and they deposit that with a broker. Right. So the futures market can be used by many different kinds of financial players, including investors and speculators, as well as companies that actually want to take physical delivery of that commodity or supply it. Yeah. So it's an important part of the way we do business. So if you grew potatoes in Maine and you wanted to get a little bit of money right now, you could sell a future on your crop for the fall to somebody who may buy potatoes in September, October, November, and you know the person who's buying them is going to be buying a huge quantity in the one market. The woman I was mentioning, her friend was speculating in the futures market, and he bought a potato future, and the price of potatoes went down, and so he lost money. He was losing money. He couldn't bring himself to sell the future. And one day somebody called him up and said, "So where do you want the potatoes?" And he very unwisely said, "I don't want them at all." But what he was doing was he was talking to a trucker who happened to be down the block. He wound up having a 14-foot high pile of potatoes on his front yard. That's funny. That can happen. It can happen. Now, what happened here is that people were buying and selling oil futures, and all of a sudden they realized they've got to put that oil someplace, or the person they sell the future to has got to put the oil someplace. So the speculators all of a sudden were not willing to buy futures that were for deliveries in May. So what happened? Coming right up, we got a picture that shows exactly that. Let's go to that. We've got a picture of the oil price crash. This is the oil futures crash. It comes from CNBC, and it goes with an article from CNBC. And which I will read. I want to point out that the zero line here is not the bottom, it's the middle of the screen. And that the line was going up and down kind of as people started to realize that there was going to be a problem for May deliveries. And then all of a sudden, May contract, they said, we can't hold this. What are you going to do? Because an oil future is 1,000 barrels. Yep. That's 42,000 gallons. That is over 8 of those big tank trucks you see on the road. And if you buy a future, you're going to take delivery on that, or you're going to find some place to put it. And if you don't have it, you're in trouble. Because they've been going on for a long time, so I'm sure they've got a nifty enforcement mechanism. Yeah, they've got a nifty enforcement mechanism, and it costs a lot of money. Yeah, I'm sure. You're far better off selling the future at negative 37.63 than holding the thing and taking delivery, because that tractor truck loads of oil are not going to fit on your front lawn. I don't think there's enough room. Probably not. Well, let's hit the article here. Okay, this is from CNBC. It says anyone who thinks oil has hit a floor, is playing with fire. Yes, prices can go lower. Yeah. And there's oil nice videos there that are worth watching, about 3.5 minutes each. An oil futures contract in the U.S. made a historic plunge, with West Texas Intermediate crude for May delivery falling below zero for the first time to settle at a negative 37.63 a barrel. Oil demand crashed due to the pandemic and storage facilities being full. And Tom, this is where I want to bring up Harvey's third law. Okay. You and I have been talking about an upcoming oil crash for years. Yeah. Okay, I think probably 3 years. I've even had people as much as a year ago starting to make fun of me and say, George, where's this? When's the crash coming? And I have just said, well, it hasn't come yet, but it's going to come for sure. Now we're seeing that crash.
This is that crash.
How did you and I know that this was going to happen? Well, we didn't know that the pandemic was coming, but
something must come down.
Yeah, the pandemic was that extremely unlikely thing.
Yeah,
that was going to happen, and it didn't have to be a pandemic. It could have been a war. It could have been a discovery of some scientific type. It could have been any of a variety of different things. It just happened to be a pandemic, and all of a sudden, in the face of this huge infrastructure OPEC Plus has to produce oil, which is producing oil like mad, the demand for it evaporates, and there's no place to put it.
And they got all this infrastructure in place that's working, and they're reluctant to shut it off.
Yes. And in some cases,
this is a lose-lose situation
for them.
For them.
And I had never known it, but apparently, if an oil well is under production and stopped, that act of stopping it can damage the oil well. I had never known that, and I don't know.
Never heard that.
I have read that in a number of different places. I don't know for a fact that it's true, but it is something that I've read, and oil companies are extremely reluctant to shut their supply down, their pumps down. But the thing is, we know that companies are going to go bankrupt. One of them already has.
I was just going to say that's happening already.
It's already happening. We know that many.
Didn't our friend Mr. Murray get hit?
He's coal.
Free energy.
He's coal.
He's coal, yeah.
But excuse me, the thing that I saw an article today in which the people who wrote the article were saying, okay, so the price is down, it's gone below zero. What's it going to be next year? We don't know.
We don't know.
What could happen is all of a sudden somebody comes up with a very effective a vaccine for the coronavirus, demand suddenly returns, people suddenly go back to work, and all of that oil could be taken up, all the oil in reserve could be taken up in a situation where oil companies have been going broke. And so the supply declines. So all of a sudden, there's a huge increase in price next year. We don't know. That could happen.
Yeah, it could. Stranger things have happened, I'm sure.
But if it does, I'm going to be expecting another crash afterwards. Because the underlying problem that made the industry weak is not going to be strengthened.
Well, we got a nice picture coming up of a wind farm.
Yes, things are.
I don't know how they got that picture. It must be a composite.
No, it's not. That's not a composite. That picture is what do they call an exposure that goes on and on and on?
Time exposure?
Time exposure taken looking at the North Pole.
Okay, it's looking out from the north. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And
the only place they could take a picture like that was the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was little, I was very into astronomy. I am still to a little bit, but I saw a lot of pictures like that when I was a kid. Anyway.
That would make sense because I was wondering about that.
Yep. Okay, this is from mining.com.
Yes, it is. Renewables overtake coal-fired power production for the first time. This time they're talking about the world.
They're talking about the world. The International Energy Agency report on key electric power trends in the world's developed economies released last week shows the renewable energy overtake coal as a source of electricity generation for the first time. In 2019, coal use was 13.4% lower than in 2018. This is
in 2019.
Yeah.
Non-combustible renewable production accounted for just under 26% of the total electricity mix.
Yeah.
Coal made up just over 22%.
Right.
Natural gas right now is leading at 29%, and it remains, as it says, the leading source of electricity in the 35 countries that this report covers.
Yes, although the our last article, which is the third one coming, will address the position of
We're going to hit it again.
It's going to hit that thing about natural gas, yeah.
Yep. Well, we got a picture coming up, and it's the Strategic Petroleum Reserve sites. I didn't realize they were all down by the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, that's where a lot of the refineries.
Refineries are there, yep.
This
It's a good, but a long article.
Yes.
From Clean Technical.
Yep.
And Clean Technica.
Yeah.
It says speculation, hopes, and tweets, and wishful thinking. Negative prices explained.
Yes, and that's what this is about. It's explaining the negative prices. This is from Wednesday, April 22nd, by the way. On April 20th, the price of a barrel of West Texas Intermediate fell below negative $40 a barrel briefly, sending shockwaves through the industry and leading to a 600-point drop on Wall Street. How can a barrel of oil be worth less than zero? Well, here is an explanation.
A quick explanation.
Yes.
If there is an oversupply of a product, it can be warehoused until prices stabilize. However, thanks to the global pandemic, storage facilities for oil are rapidly filling up. There is literally no place to store any more of it. You have to pay to put the oil somewhere.
Yes.
That's the explanation.
That's the explanation. And, you know, this was a weak industry to begin with. And Tom, you and I have been talking about that, and all of a sudden COVID-19 threw a monkey wrench into the works. And
pretty big monkey wrench, let me tell you.
Absolutely. And this is, I don't know, this is, it's hard for me to, I know that the coal industry, the oil industry as it existed 6 months ago is not going to recover. Big companies in that industry might recover. That's a different issue.
The little guys are going to get hit hardest.
The little guys were already in desperate trouble.
Yep.
All of a sudden they've got this come along. No, this is industry changing. Okay.
An interesting picture here of a ship.
Yep.
And the ship is loaded with wind turbine stuff.
Yep.
Turbines, well, we don't see the turbines, but we see the foundations and the pipes.
That's what the article is about.
And that's exactly what the article's about. It's heading for the U.S., where they're going to be assembled in Virginia.
Okay, this is from Renews. Dominion Energy and Ørsted are to begin construction shortly at the two-turbine coastal Virginia offshore wind demo project, as key components are now on their journey from Europe. 2 EEW fabricated monopile foundations will be the first ever installed in U.S. waters. We don't have much time left, Tom. If you don't mind, I'd like to just go straight to the next article.
Well, here we go.
Okay,
desert turbines. U.S. renewable energy additions completely overwhelm those by natural gas in the first months of 2020.
Okay, this is from Solar Power World, and the picture is wind turbines in a desert. A Sunday campaign review of FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission data, has found that solar, wind, and hydropower provided 85.7% of new U.S. electric generating capacity during the first 2 months of 2020, overwhelming additions of natural gas. This is something that we saw coming.
Well, the mix of low renewables will add over 50 gigawatts of new generating capacity to the nation's total by February of 23, while that of natural gas, coal, oil, and nuclear power combined will actually decrease by almost 2 gigawatts.
That tells you something. Now, Tom, I think we're at the
last one.
What?
I think this is the last one.
It is, but we don't have any time left. So I think we're going to have
all right, didn't we?
We're going to have to say goodbye and wish people a healthy and happy week, and hope that they come back. Hope you all come back.
And stay out of the hot sun.
Stay out of the hot sun and stay out of trouble. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
Adios.
I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And our first item of business are the minutes from April 8th.
I would move that we approve the select board minutes from our meeting of April 8th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Moving on, we have warrants 22 and 22P.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment warrant 22 and 22P.
I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Warrant 22 is for a total of $10,351.20. And that covers some payroll transfers, health insurance premiums, the sheriff's monthly cost, and supplies for the highway department, parts and fuel. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. Aye. Doesn't look like we have any visitors. Moving on, the road foreman's report, we have some curb cuts. One for Kipling Road, the Bacon residence, and one for East West Road, the Beach residence. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve curb cuts for Bill and Pat Bacon on Kipling Road and Richard and Rosemary Beach on East West Road.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion?
So the one on the East West Road is set for driveway with a culvert, but the one on Kipling Road, as noted on our application, is as for just access into the field for mowing or any logging. That's it. It's not for driveway use.
Okay, and Lee's given the his okay.
Lee has given the okay for both of them.
Yep. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Is there anything under correspondence for information that you'd like to discuss? Most of it's reports on the COVID-19 virus.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to just thank Terry for joining certain calls and providing us with summaries. I find that really helpful. I feel a little inundated by, you know, I'm not quite sure all the emails that I'm getting, who they're from, and you know what I should be looking for. So Terry, your summaries are really, really useful for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thanks. There wasn't a Tuesday. There wasn't a regional one yesterday. They had the training that I didn't need to do this year. So there wasn't one to do, but there'll be a Friday one again too. But really the two reports we get in the evening, especially the situation report, that really gives you the best ballpark of what's really going on.
Yeah.
And who does that come from?
That one comes down from the, I think it says DOS when it comes down.
Okay.
And it'll say situation report on it.
Great, and they highlight all the new information in red. So.
In red, yes.
Yes.
I think I get that twice, yeah. Mhm.
Right.
There too.
Yeah, so it is helpful.
It is very helpful.
Right. Yeah, and so thank you, Terry, for
You're welcome.
on top of that. Under discussion, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's just quite a few emails from the Wyndham Regional Commission, just keeping us up to date, providing information should we want or need to apply to FEMA for reimbursements for costs that are associated with the virus in town. Anything you want to add to that?
So you'd have to have a cost of $3,300 to get any reimbursement. We don't have any at this time. So the Wyndham region was just looking to see what towns would be applying to give them a one-up on it. So it's So the reason I had this put on is just so that we could say to Alyssa, we don't have any costs right now. So at this point, we are not going through the process of doing all the application to go forth with it, but it leaves it open should something happen and we do go up over 3,300 weekend in the future. But the time, I think I put it in one of my notes. This is a far-reaching thing, but once the head of the emergency management up there goes from a pause or whatever, they stop at what they're doing now, then the 30-day clock will click where you got to have all your stuff in. But at this point, we're not there.
Okay.
And so is there an example of something where the town would be incurring cost that would be related to COVID-19?
Well, if we had like a, well, we're all the emergency management, so therefore our costs are here. I mean, we're it, and we're already getting paid our stipend for the select board. So that would be probably time-wise, especially if you had a nursing home or assisted living or a hospital in there where they're trying to deal with the emergency management, trying to deal with that. And I'm assuming Brattleboro is going to get on some of that with their revenues and we just don't have it.
Yeah.
We've kept everything going along the way it is, and you know, we're working it as our own group.
Right. We have no loss of revenue from the parking meters.
Right. That's a good one.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion about that?
So I'll just let Alyssa know we're just we're not there.
Right. Great. Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
And I saw the list of towns that don't have their local emergency management plan completed. You know, we were not on that list of late comers. So thank you, Terry, for.
You're welcome. We were the first one to have it done, actually.
Okay, great.
We got that distinction.
There's nothing under new business. There was an email. There's a resident, well, not a resident, a resident that's going into a hospital in Connecticut, and his daughter is trying to get a cat down to the Wyndham Humane Society. And I don't know what the current status is in the last couple of days, but if someone wants to check in with her, it's a little, not quite what we usually deal with as animal control, going to catch a cat for someone, but.
Yeah, so Zeke, I'd like to share something relative to the email that we got about that incident, that situation. It seemed to me that a lot of the response and activity fell on Lori's shoulders because we didn't really take responsibility for it as the select board. And so I would just like to be clear about how we as a select board, as a group, are going to deal with being the animal control officers. And then a side question is, so we have a pound keeper, and I didn't know, I mean, David's probably in the same boat. What's the difference between a pound keeper and the animal control officer?
It's sort of like, the difference is the pound keeper is sort of an honorific position with no, since we don't have a pound, the duties are pretty light. And so it's almost like the weigher of coal. That's essentially what it is. And so the animal control is the one, is the person or persons who are appointed to carry out the any to enforce the animal control ordinance that we have in Boston, which
And
says
wasn't
nothing about going and catching a cat for someone. So it's a little outside our usual.
It wasn't catching a cat. They were looking for a place to.
No, well, she couldn't catch it, actually. She was having trouble catching it. And, you know, neither Lori, so I was the only one that responded from the select board that I know of. And both Lori and I decided neither of us were interested in going and helping her catch the cat. Neither of us felt, you know, like we would be very good at that. And Zeke, I called you more to just see, so as an animal control officer, what would your response be?
If, let's see, she had spoken with me, you know, and I had told her I was in, I simply wasn't in town. And so,
I didn't know that she had spoken with you.
And that she should send email to selectboard@dummerston.org, so it would go out. I guess in the future we should just, if we have something come up, you know, if I am around, then you know, most likely I'll be happy to take care of it, or willing to take care of it, I should say. Or if I'm not available, then you know, we can chat among ourselves and see who's available. Or
but we just need to know what to do. Like, I was just looking for instruction. Like, as the animal control officer, I wouldn't go and catch a cat. I would put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society.
Yes, because our contract with Wyndham Humane Society allows residents to take animals there directly. It doesn't have to go through the animal control. And you know, if there's a dog roaming around the center of town or the gas stations on the highways, you know, then in the past, Wayne or I have gone and tried to catch that animal, or someone has a, that's the sort of thing. We generally haven't gone into people's houses to catch an animal for them, or to, and we don't deal with skunks in the basement or bats in the bedroom or anything like that. Mostly dogs. There are occasional cat problems that fit a little bit more with, you know, the ordinance. But if this person
plus wasn't she was only looking to have, I mean, she basically wants the Humane Society to board it for her until her father comes home.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either, and apparently they're willing to do that, or you know, the situation is they're going to put the cat up for adoption or whatever. But
right.
So it's pretty much, if let's see, I guess
I guess my thought was it really didn't fall under animal control.
Yeah, I thought it was more if someone felt like helping this person out, but that'd be fine. But it wasn't technically.
Which I didn't know. You know, like, I'm just getting familiar with what it means to be the animal control officer, and I would have contacted her and put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society, but I wasn't confident to say, and it's not, you know, our role to come and catch the cat for you. I don't know. If I had been more confident, I would have given her a call directly.
Right. And I sometimes in the past have thought, well, I've gotten these calls where, you know, they can't catch this animal. I don't know why they think I would be able to catch it. We don't, you know, have a lot of equipment in the animal control locker room. So,
should I call Ron Speck, who is our pound keeper, and since he is a vet in Dummerston, ask him for suggestions of who might be a good person to contact about being an animal control officer?
I think that'd be a great idea. There's in fact someone I've been meaning to call who works as a technician there.
That's perfect.
I thought this person might be interested and certainly has some, good training. And we do have that $500 stipend now.
Right. Well, would you call that person? And if
Yeah.
that person says no, then I will call Ron.
Okay, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'd like to take it off our shoulders. I mean, I appreciate, Zeke, you wanting to shed this responsibility, and you're trying really hard to do that. But I don't think having the select board as a whole shoulder it is really taking it off your shoulders, and it ends up being on Lori's shoulders, which is not a good thing.
Right. Right. Okay, so I'll make a call and I'll get back in touch with you. Anything else under new business?
So at our last.
Oh, right, there is.
What?
Go ahead, Maria.
Go ahead.
Okay, so at our last meeting, we did some appointments, and then I had sent a list of the still open seats to be published in the views. And now talking about animal control officer, would you like me to send that list also to Lori to list on the website and maybe in her weekly newsletter that she sends out?
I think that'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be
Okay.
perfect.
I
Okay.
didn't see that list. Did you send? I'm sure you sent it to everybody though, right?
No, I sent it to Roger Turner to publish in the views, just the open
okay.
seats.
Okay.
Yep.
The other thing was when I was talking to Lee about the curb cuts, he mentioned about the town office painting. So I got a hold of Jeff Dixon. He'll be starting in probably about a few weeks. He said it'll be done before the deadline there. And if he'll let Lee know when he starts in case there's any questions or anything, because Lee seems to be the one that's out and about more than all of us now. So, but that will be commencing here very shortly.
Great.
And it seems like they should let Lori know too.
Yes, if he calls Lee, I'm sure Lee will let Lori know that it'll be coming along. Yeah.
Okay.
But it'll be a few weeks, but he knows the time frame.
Great. Good. Okay. All right. Anything else under new business?
Oh, by the way, I sent you an email around that the Herald sent me, but disregard that one. He's going to bring me over the correct one. It's regarding Rescue Inc. for our next meeting. I guess it's a letter from Drew that wants to go to the select board. He just sent me the wrong one, so he's got to actually print this one off and bring it over so I can scan it in. But I believe our contract's up this year with Rescue Inc. for the end of it's a 2-year, and I think this is it.
Okay. I thought
So I haven't seen the letter yet, but when I do, I'll scan it around and he'd be available at our next meeting if we had any questions.
Okay, great. Okay, anything else? All right, guess we're done. I think.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
There we go. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all. Good to see you
Bye-bye.
all. Glad everybody looks
Bye.
healthy.
Yep.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
No.
Thank you.